Hello, who is up now? Today's stream title inspired by Rural Wildfire's message, to which they message me usually like maybe an hour before stream starts saying, "Hi, you ready?" And I'm like, it's like SpongeBob and Patrick in the SpongeBob movie, where I'm like, of course I'm ready. Of course. Tummy ache survivors? Oh no. Anyway, hello. Why are we back to the usual setup, and why can you see a glimmer of screen right there? That is because I have a new computer, but it's not finalized yet. So we're just doing a fun thing called pretending that's not there and hoping it'll sort itself out in the meantime. Anyway, hello. Can I bite the screen as a treat? What's with you and biting, Rain? Anyway, hello. Hi everyone. I have a very cute story to share as a treat. I'm gonna bite the screen as a trick. Anyway. Me when chat does tricks and treats. Anyway. I like biting things, it makes me happy. So the story I want to share is that my mom has recently gotten into puzzles, which makes me happy personally because I love jigsaw puzzles. I always have been a like visual puzzle person ever since I was a kid. I have distinct memories of solving a 3,000 piece statue close-up of the Statue of Liberty puzzle when I was in high school, in which it's literally all just shades of blue and turquoise, but I did it. Honestly, I would probably suffer through a milk puzzle if I wanted to, which is a puzzle that is only consisting of white pieces. But yeah, but my mom basically, she's in her like midlife renewal era, and she saw that, you know, she was checking out my room and she saw that I still have some old jigsaw puzzles, and she just started like doing them, and she was like calling me at first saying like, oh my god, my head hurts, like I'm trying so hard, but it's so and I'm like, you can do it. And I was telling her like tips and stuff, like you gotta start with the edges, you gotta, you know, you gotta study the picture. What a lot of people think is that they can just wing it, but good puzzle solvers see a piece that and can match it to what's in the picture and then place it approximately where it should be in the frame that is completed, and then you move on from there. Like there's technique to this. And so I'm happy to say that in my mom's puzzle journey, my mom has not only finished her first 2,000 piece puzzle, it has been framed because one of the 2K or 3K puzzles I finished and was framed was like of a really pretty like flower portrait. So they also framed this one, and guess what? It's of The Last Supper by Da Vinci because I sent prayer, of course. Anyway, so they ended up framing it, and my dad did something really cute, and he actually custom ordered a picture that they took. They went to Yellowstone as a vacation recently, and so they did those like custom orders online where you can send in like a picture, and then they send back like a puzzle with that picture. And so they used one of the pictures they took. Like they're like old people, they have like these like selfies they take, and it's very cute. So they're getting like a couple thousand piece puzzle of them being from Yellowstone, and they're planning on framing that too. And I'm like, oh my god, that's so cute. I don't it's not just because I like puzzles, and the fact that my mom's into them means that it's another thing, you know, we can bond over. It's also cute because puzzles are good for you, it's good for your brain, and there's something very adorable about whenever my mom in particular finds like a connection between me and her, because then she'll be like, when she'll tell me things like, I figured it out how to do the puzzles, and actually feels really good. I'm having a lot of fun doing it, so I understand why you have fun doing it. And I think like you got that from me, like that kind of like visual, like artist, like it's kind of dorky, but I don't know if you guys have parents that like find those little details to be like, oh, you got that from me. Oh, you, oh, I must have been the one that like, you know, they're trying to get credit for things in a very like cute way. And so my mom getting into puzzles is another way for her to be like, oh, you know, oh, you're like that artistic, that kind of like putting things together, that creative side. Oh, I can understand that. And it's like I did that. It's like she's claiming credit for me, her spawn, which is like, I guess that's well enough. Me when grandma has autism. I used to do jigsaw puzzles. I found it relaxing. It's so relaxing. I mean, we're gonna start gaming soon, don't be wrong, but like the main reason why I find jigsaw puzzles extremely relaxing isn't just because I like I like visual puzzles. I like having things in my hand and figuring it out. There's something innately satisfying to me about working on something in which I can visually see progress with every success, if that makes sense. It's kind of wild. I have a strange satisfaction with doing the dishes or folding clothes, for example. Like, of course, the chore itself is kind of a lot, but every time you clean a dish and you put it away, that is physically something in your space that has changed. It feels a lot more real and noticeable and notable than some theoretical task like I completed like something on the computer, if that makes sense. I like the physical outcome. I think it's an ADHD thing, but I've always found it innately satisfying to when my actions towards completing a bigger picture, the individual accomplishments feel real and noticeable. Like, it's hard when you're working on like a school project and like maybe you're in the planning stage. It's very theoretical. There's nothing concrete. It can feel like you're going nowhere. But if you're physically putting something together or like, you know, cleaning up something, and you can have those little moments where like, oh, I can see a before and after very clearly because of that one little thing I did, it motivates me. I don't know how else to put it. But anyway, let's go ahead and join the streaming booth. It's why I love yard work. I mean, I'm not much of a yard work person, but not gonna lie, I do be shoveling snow every now and then because I do find that innately satisfying too, even if it's exhausting. Hello, hello?
Hello.
Hello! Chat can hear you.
Yippee!
Yippee!
I have not been silenced.
And what's even better is that I already have Ace Attorney set up. I just turned the music off.
Oh, shit.
Hell yeah.
I love to see it. Who up, Ace
Alright.
Attorneys?
Who up? Who up?
Who up?
Something they'd pay me to do was unload a trailer full of mulch. The trailer, after a week, the trailer would be empty, but I'd be like, fuck yeah, I did that. There's nothing better than doing essentially a chore, but having that like satisfaction of like, I did that.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I did the thing.
Mhm.
Not me completely forgetting what
happened? Okay.
Yeah.
So I believe we can
game.
actually check history, but let's just scroll.
Okay, yeah.
Oh yeah, Asa Shin.
Oh yeah, the Asashine stuff.
Mr. Sholmes.
Oh hey, Shoals was here. I forgot.
Oh yeah, Sholmes said
bad.
I need to dispatch a telegram. Suzato said her dad left to send a telegram, so he left to find her dad. And
Yeah.
all right, and Suzato also wanted to, I think, talk to her dad about something. So yeah, all right.
Yeah.
I believe we're technically not done with chapter 3. We're just having one of those like intermittent trial intermissions.
Yeah.
So it's anyone's guess as to where we need to go. Oh! Hi,
Oh my
besties!
god. Oh! We figured it out. I was both these motherfuckers. No arguments, Prosecutor Asugi. We will continue with the trial exactly as I instructed. Is that clear? Perfectly.
It's Kazuma-sama! Defying Lord Strongheart by the sound of it. He never did know when to back down.
Never back down, never what?
Fucking two-sword ass.
On your way now. On your way, Asugi. My lord.
Hi! Sorry.
Japanese silence.
Ryunosuke kin ID me. Kazuma! Don't woman away from me!
Woman.
He womaned without saying a word.
Yes? What are you doing here?
Oh, well, I was just hoping to ask you a few questions if you don't mind. Just, I'm imagining Ryunosuke, but with like the nerd glasses and the buck teeth going, just like tugging his collar, being like,
I wanted Van Zeek's trial concluded today. The prosecutor Asugi's unwelcome inquiries are going to make it take longer than necessary.
Unwelcome inquiries?
Every single time I like start voicing this man, I'm like, where is his voice? And then a few lines in, I'm like, there we go. Found it.
You gotta get into character.
Yeah. As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Currently 2 hours, 55 minutes, and 41 seconds. 42. 43.
I mean,
44,
I get
45. 46.
I get the gist of having a character who is very meticulous with time and being like, you have X amount of hours and minutes and seconds, but also I'm like, that's a lot of dialogue, my man.
You're wasting my precious time.
I mean, I have a character or two who are very time focused, but they're not literally like counting down the seconds, because, you know.
Cough, cough, Adam Akil, cough, cough.
Yeah. I feel like it's something like that with, like, it can bloat dialogue very easily. Then we must resolve everything before 3 hours have passed, Mr. Naruhodo. In a miraculous not even 5 minutes? Anyway, I can't let the man's obvious bad mood put me off. I need information!
Information! What do you want?
Sir, I want information. Does Prosecutor Asogi believe that Lord Van Zeeks is Zaripa?
I wouldn't know. It was 10 years ago, in that fateful closed trial, that Lord Van Zeeks made a name for himself among the judiciary. But the next trial he fought, he lost. It meant the ringleader of a criminal organization was acquitted, thanks to all the jurors being under duress.
But that's awful!
The man's freedom was short-lived. He lasted just 3 days.
Yes, let me see. He died in a rock slide at his place of work, I believe. What the fuck? Did he live in a mountain cave?
Correct. He did live in a mountain cave. That was the inauguration of the Reaper of the Bailey.
And people believed Lord Van Zeeks was responsible?
He was brought to trial himself, but it was shown to have been an accident.
So he must have had a solid alibi then.
Nevertheless, the mysterious deaths continued. In total, 16 persons perished in unusual circumstances, ostensibly at the hand of the Reaper. That's a long run of coincidences.
Well, the Reaper's true identity may well be revealed by this trial.
And the impact that revelation would have on the British public cannot be understated.
Is that why it's a closed trial? There are no jurors to rig.
Precisely.
About that closed trial.
This country hasn't seen a closed trial for 10 years.
10 years? That's when the professor happened. So the last one, was
Yeah.
well, yeah, Renosuke. The trial. We're all just summon things up here, nice and clean. The trial of Genshin's impact.
Correct.
Actually, we heard that originally you were going to prosecute that trial yourself, Lord Strongheart.
What the fuck? I don't remember that. Van
Yes.
Zieks entreated me to relinquish the prosecution to him, that he might avenge his brother's death.
I think
yeah.
Barrick mentioned that Strongheart was going to do it, but then his brother died, and he was like, "No, let me."
This is personal now. Oh shit!
Oh, you good?
Sorry about that.
It sounded
My
like you
microphone
crushed a
fell.
soda can into your mic.
No, the mic just fell.
Okay.
And here we are, 10 years later. The son of the man Van Zieks had condemned, now looking to avenge his father's death in the same way.
Weird side tangent, but you know the way these knights look? It kind of looks like they're wearing cute little dresses, doesn't it? Isn't it so like? It's kind of like demure, mindful,
Yeah.
very very cute. Sorry, I'm
And they're,
like in a
leaning forward. They're still like.
I'm in a weird mood today. I'm ready to go like ravenous over like several men. Anyway,
Oh god.
they do say that what goes around comes around.
What goes around, goes around, goes around. The way back around. Anyway. However, it would seem that the new young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well.
Kazuma is.
I like my organization to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe. As with the giant clock in here, I won't tolerate a single cog being out of step with the others.
Ah, so that's what all these gears are for about in here. Isn't that like, realistically, isn't that really fucking dangerous? To just be,
Yeah.
like, one cog falls and crushes
Just open
everyone?
machinery.
Yeah. I mean, it's
For
sick as
real.
fuck, don't get me wrong.
Like, it's awesome. I love the steampunk vibe. However, you'd fucking die.
They are
This would not
exposed
be up to
giant
code.
cogs.
The young man refuses to mesh with the other parts of my great machine. I will be forced to take steps.
What do you mean,
My steps to the office as I leave. Not something with which you need to concern yourself. In any case, all your questions will be answered tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Now, I shall have to ask you to excuse me. As of this moment, I've been delayed from attending my meeting by precisely 3 hours.
Oh my, that is a long time! And definitely not our fault.
And I hold you entirely responsible.
We've miraculously managed to fit everything into not even 5 minutes. I wonder if you might agree to us, talking with Prosecutor Asoki? He does like the finger touching pose, like.
Just like. Discussions between the defense and the prosecution outside of the courtroom are generally frowned upon. However, I will make an exception in this case. Now go. You can find him in his office.
Oh, thank you! Damn.
An office man woman.
Let's go see him at once, Mr. Naruto!
Let's go see Kazuma!
Kazuma's my best friend in the world, but I'm
And
really
they were besties.
and they were besties. I'm not at all sure I know how to talk to him at the moment.
Besties. He's got his own little office. That's so cute.
Hi,
Oh,
Clint,
it's the
my
same fucking
brother.
office. Never mind. My brother, Clint.
So, this is
He
the...
plays with the dolls too.
Oh, I just realized that's the recent murder.
That's the Gregson scene.
Yeah, that changed. Oh, even the
bats are
doll
still there,
has
though.
like the doll
Yeah.
version of that.
Ah!
So this is the office
Doll
of
squared.
this is the office of Prosecutor Asogi now, is it? Wait a minute, one of those candles should be blown the fuck off. That's not accurate. Instead of saying devs, like Kazuma. Anyway, Kazuma-sama is doing so well for himself. Even though he's always forced to kneel on the floor Japanese style in that dark corner. It's his habit to sit Seiza style whenever he's working. Hi, sexy.
The fuck
Kazuma.
Is chess? What the fuck is chess?
Did you say what the fuck is chess?
Yeah.
It's like shogi, but for white people.
Ah. Thought it wouldn't be long before you paid me a visit, Ryunosuke. I was right about what I said, wasn't I?
Sorry, but the fact that Kazuma's dressed in white and Ryunosuke's dressed in black and they're looking at a chessboard! Sorry?
That you have all the makings of a great defense lawyer.
Well, I always believed that you'd fulfill your dream of advocating in the British courts. I just never imagined for 1 second that it would be as a prosecutor. Seeing you stand in a foreign courtroom, so gallantly realizing your dream, Kazuma-sama, I'm truly happy for you.
That's our big brother. I'm truly thankful to you, Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. Ryunosuke. I always thought it would be fun for you and I to shake up the British legal system a little together. This isn't quite how I envisaged it? What?
Is it?
Okay.
Yeah, I guess it's the British version of envision.
Envisaged it, but fucking weird. Envisaged it. I suppose it's just another twist of fate.
I've learned a lot of things during my time in London. About how Susato-san's father was himself a visiting student here, once alongside Judge Jigoku, and about what happened with your father.
Too bad Drax is off mini-golfing, or else he would have been summoned by you saying Judge Jigoku. Then you'll have no difficulty understanding why I had no choice. Why I had to find a way to get to Britain as a visiting student myself.
I want to hear it from you, Kazuma.
I love you. Oh, sorry, not what we were talking about. As you wish, Ryunosuke no Rohodo. Not me crossing my arms at the same fucking time.
You're too in character.
I am Kazuma Asogi.
But I think I mentioned this before, but it's interesting that Kazuma is meant to be a parallel to Miles Edgeworth, Phoenix's rival, who similarly had a tragic backstory that caused him from going from a defense attorney to a prosecutor. I believe for Miles, it was his father was a defense attorney who was killed by another defense attorney, and that made him want to become a prosecutor. But I believe this is more so Kazuma wanted to be a defense attorney. His father just kind of... Actually, why exactly did he want to become a prosecutor? I don't remember. To prosecute justice? I don't know.
I guess. I don't know.
It's getting on for a year now, since what happened on the SS Buria. Are we gonna ever address how you totally tripped over a cat? We were heading across the oceans from Japan to Great Britain when a bizarre series of coincidences... Wait,
Serious?
does that say serious? Game
Yeah, that's
developers!
serious.
Translators! Anyway. When a bizarre series of coincidences, I love doing that, led to those tragic events. It's funny because I don't actually take it seriously. I thought I lost my best friend forever.
Not.
Yeah. But it's nice to have
funny.
like the high moral ground because
bit.
we know you're right.
I must have been unconscious for a long time. When I awoke, I was lying on a bed. It was a narrow little room. There was a posy of flowers by the pillow. It took me a little while to realize that I was in the cabin of a ship. I slipped out of the room and headed up onto the deck.
Were you already suffering from amnesia at that point?
Yes. I didn't know what had happened or where I was. There was just this voice in my head. You have something to do, something no one else can know about. Go to Great Britain. Your task awaits you there. It was a calling I couldn't ignore. It compelled me relentlessly. Out on deck, I saw that I was on a huge steamship and we were docked in a large port.
It must have been Hong Kong. Yes, it must have been. Presumably just before they were due to carry your body off the ship.
I had no idea of the situation, but I did have the feeling that this was in some way my last chance. So I concealed myself among the disembarking passengers and went ashore. Then I disappeared into the crowded streets of that foreign port city, so I could plan my onward journey to Great Britain. Your journey to Britain.
Your journey to Britain, yeah.
What about that?
Just under a year ago, with all my past memories lost to me, I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to me. Sights, sounds, the smells, my head reeled. I was truly at a loss. I was probably having sensory overload. I realize now that I escaped as a dead man, with nothing but the clothes on my back. No money, of course.
Oh, how terrifying for you.
Luckily, though, I had 2 feathers in my cap.
One being your knowledge of English, I suppose.
That's right. And on the back of that, I was able to pick up some work as a deckhand on a cargo ship. Eventually, after calling at countless ports, I finally arrived at Dover. That must have been some 3 months ago now.
Your formidable tenacity of purpose showing itself again. I mean, the man had lost his memory and had literally nothing to his name, but he still managed to make his way to London on the opposite side of the world.
He's like a cockroach. This man could never be dissuaded from anything. You'll never catch him slipping.
Bro, we forgot everything
course,
except
I
his
had no
tragic backstory, of course.
For real. Of course, I had no idea why I'd moved heaven and earth to get here at that point.
It's because I was there. Anyway, so how did you end up becoming Lord Van Zeek's
Maybe.
apprentice then?
That can only be called an extraordinary stroke of luck, really. See, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. They took me straight to Scotland Yard. And by sheer coincidence, Lord Strongheart was there to attend a meeting. That's when the second feather in my cap came into play.
Would that have been your knowledge of the law?
Yes, exactly. Lord Strongheart was curious about an Easterner with intimate knowledge of British law. He took me back with him to the Supreme Court and assigned me to the prosecutor's office.
And then, 9 days ago...
Oh, shit.
Oh, he looks so evil with this. You finally got your memory back after the trial involving Drebber.
Yes, I did.
God, that was... Time is weird in Ace Attorney because it'll just be like, that was just a couple days ago, really. Ever since I first met you at Yume, you talked about your dream.
Mark my words, Ryunosuke. I'll be chosen as a visiting student and make my way to Great Britain someday.
Did you know the entire time about what happened to your father here?
Japanese silence. 16 years ago.
Oh, shonen protagonist. He's so. Oh.
He's so cool.
Also,
My father
hello,
left
father. Sorry, it's the little hint of a ponytail that's like, you just sealed the deal for me, sir.
Oh my god! When there's a moment of like time where it's you talking a lot, I'll need to pull up a picture that looks exactly like him. Anyway.
Uh-oh. That sounds
when
like a
my father
threat.
left him that it's a threat.
Oh no!
Oh god, okay. When my father left on that exciting trip to Great Britain, I was just a boy. We took a photograph together the day before his departure. It's my last memory of him. But what I remember most about my father is his unswerving sense of justice. He probably had autism. 6 years after he left, a gentleman called at our family home. He told me that Genshin, my father, had been taken ill in England and passed away. It was Professor Mikotoba, your father, Susato-san.
Oh my!
Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. He even helped to fund my university education at Yume. I'll be forever in his debt. But nevertheless, I just couldn't bring myself to believe what he told me.
Oh.
Then, one day, a letter arrived at our house from Britain. There was no indication of the sender, so I opened it, assuming it was from an old acquaintance of my father. Japanese silence. What I read in that letter changed my entire life.
What did it say?
It said that my father had been a mass murderer, and the writer cursed the Asogi name.
Oh no!
As a result of that letter, I found out what had been hidden from me all those years.
Damn. Imagine being a kid and was like, hey, you know how you were coping with your dad's death? Turns out, I fucking hate him. He did some shit. Oh, have fun dealing with that.
I hate him. He did some shit. I hate him. I hate
Firstly,
you.
fuck your
Don't even know
dad.
you.
I know he's dead, but fuck
Fuck-
him.
First off, fuck your dad. Second off, fuck you.
Oh, biggest guy. Hi, Sangled. Hello, hello. First time chatter. Hello.
Biggest.
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 Dickus. That's a Monty Python skit.
Presumably, the letter was sent from a relative of one of the victims. Shut up. I canonically can't speak sometimes. If whoever it was had been a member of the judiciary, he could have been present at the closed trial. The letter revealed that my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer.
I'm so sorry you had to find out that way.
I imagine the British government did its very best to silence whoever sent that letter. But someone who knew the truth and couldn't bear the resentment was always going to be a problem.
But still, it could have been written by anyone. Why would you believe such a thing?
There was a newspaper cutting Hello? Oh, I didn't even get to read the rest of that. The
I'll open
stream
it, I'll
lagged.
open
Help. There we go. There was a newspaper cutting included with the letter. It was the first I'd ever heard of the professor and his terrible killing spree.
Well, what did my father have to say about the letter? Did he gaslight you? Oh.
I couldn't bring myself to show it to him,
What? Why not?
because he deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling me my father was taken by a fatal illness. That couldn't have been easy for him, and he'd done it out of consideration for my feelings.
Kazuma, your father died from a fatal illness. Gun poisoning. He was shot and the gun poisoned his body. I'm so sorry.
Okay, but the thing is, you had the perfect setup of he died of lead poisoning
I mean,
from a lead bullet.
it's funny
That
if I
went
just said
into his brain.
he was allergic to guns. As we all are.
Hell yeah. So instead, I showed the letter to Judge Jigoku.
Ah, to the other visiting student.
He faltered for the briefest of moments, but then he just laughed the letter off.
Oh, you did get gaslit. Damn.
I got gaslit, gatekeep, girl bossed. But in that moment, I saw it on his face. He was undeniably shocked, shaken momentarily before recovering his poise. A year later, my bereaved mother succumbed to the strain of grief, and she too passed away. That's when I made up my mind that one day, without fail, I would cross the seas to Britain and seek the truth for myself. The truth about my father, Genshin Asogi.
Sorry, I just noticed that the ribbon holding the ponytail, it's flowing in the same way that Kazuma's headband flows.
I wouldn't let anyone stand in my way.
Oh, Kazuma-sama. Anyway, about that trial.
What we learned today in court turned things completely on their head. It was an impressive piece of lawyering, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper, you know. I almost don't want to believe it myself, but it turns out that Inspector Gregson himself... Oh yeah, that's what we... You know, it's a really good thing that they like to sum things up, like, after and before everything, because it makes the summation of what we did last stream a lot easier.
For real. It's clear that the Inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along.
What? You mean you knew?
The real question is, who has been giving orders to the Inspector? Japanese silence. Yes, Barrack von Zeeks is the real Reaper. And I know that 10 years ago, it was him who decided my father must be a mass murderer and sent him to his grave.
No, he was merely saying that justice was done as the law dictates. He's not to blame.
Ultimately, it's people who condemn people. The law is just a tool that they use to do it.
That's true.
And when a man condemns another, he must take responsibility for his actions. Of course he must. But I know for certain that my father would never have taken another man's life.
Kazuma. Interesting. Was his dad just a
contrary,
scapegoat?
Perhaps. I don't know. On the contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper.
You want to see my badge that I inherited from you?
Look at your badge.
Kazuma, this is your armband. Hey, look, it's your armband. It's my defense. Yay!
Actually, I think it's yours now.
Sorry.
You're the defense lawyer. You have a talent for it. I've always known that you would. And now you've chosen to take that path in life. As your friend, I couldn't be happier for you. Or more proud.
Like, we were watching, I don't know if you remember, but like we were watching Sir Pello's underpants illustrations. You know the part where Toyo goes I was just imitating that.
Yeah. It was so funny. I know that stream heard it, but to me, I just, because of the Kazuma that Ryunosuke said, I just heard the so you keep hold of that. Besides, I'm a prosecutor now. That armband would have no meaning for me.
Well, if you're sure, thank you, my friend. Anyway, I don't think we have anything. My brother, Clint.
His brother. Clint.
Kazuma, what do you make of this thing that's obviously doesn't have custom dialogue?
There's only one place where defense lawyers and prosecutors should discuss evidence. The
The
courtroom.
bedroom. Wait, what? Who said that?
Bedroom. Wait, what? So it seems you're still confused by the situation. That's what I make of it.
I get the feeling my friend's always gonna have the edge over me, isn't he? Wanna see this cool commemorative picture? It's not evidence, it's just cool.
It's not evidence. Look at this
No!
picture.
It's not evidence! No one died because of this
No!
picture.
What the fuck?
Actually, hold on. Did we examine this?
We did.
Oh yeah, gotcha. Alright.
Weird.
Alright, bye Kazuma. Actually, before we do that, let's examine the little scene here.
Let's take a look. My brother, Clint.
What the?
It's a scale model of the crime scene.
Oh, yeah, I realized that. Does the prosecution office make a model of the scene for every single case?
Apparently so.
Fucking Barrack being like some dweeb ass model train making like basement dwelling. Oh my god. I'm just imagining him hunched over a little table with his gloves on, like carefully putting together a diorama of the like the alley where like Olive Green had the knife plunged in her. Jeez. Nerd.
Sometimes it helps to visualize things better and notice things you hadn't spotted before. Actually, the miniature notice board is my work.
Be honest. You enjoyed making that.
No.
He made the
Shut
little
up.
notice board. Aww.
He made the notice board. It's too cute.
Holy shit, it's his brother Clint. Do you know who the man in the portrait is? I love the antenna.
That's Barrack von Zeke's brother,
Clint.
Clint. Why would I?
What? But you're Lord Van Zeke's apprentice, and also you hate him for some reason now.
Yes, apprentice, not friend. And during the time I was suffering from amnesia, I didn't even notice that picture.
Damn.
Brother,
He's
it
locked
takes up
in.
the whole fucking room.
I mean, it's not the smallest picture.
I wouldn't have the first idea what the man decorates his office with.
Do you think Kazuma, when he first came into this office, was so terrified of, like, the bats that he was, like, totally ignoring everything else? He's like, I need to survive the bats. I need to survive the bats. Like, that's all he was thinking of.
The first time I looked closely into something, I got jump scared by a bunch of fucking bats. I'm not looking at anything.
Did you actually get scared?
No,
But that was a very real scream. Wow.
I'm very good at acting. You disturbed the bats, didn't you? Fitting companions of Lord Van Zeke's, wouldn't you say? My eyes are closed, so I can't see them.
Actually, I've seen things flying in Lord Strongheart's office too. Doves, I think.
Perhaps you have to like birds to attain rank in the judiciary here.
Kazuma
Bats
was
are
like,
birds.
the animal symbolism.
So,
Perhaps that's how I ascend, which is why he has these wings on his
Perhaps.
uniform.
Yes. Although bats are birds, of course.
This is a really riveting discussion we're having. How about a sparrow for you?
What's that supposed to mean?
Oh, nothing. Sorry, just thinking out loud, you know. Oh, we can talk about everything with Kazuma here. Oh.
Yippee!
Casks floor to ceiling, hollowed barrels.
They're arranged according to vintage, flavor, and region. Every week, they're all taken out and put back in order.
The casks? Buddy, I understand doing that with like books or cards, not with barrels. Jesus. Every week? He really does have autism.
Lord Van Zeke's Lord Van Zeke's can't seem to settle on the perfect way of arranging them, you see. It's the autism. Vintage, flavor, and region don't neatly coincide. That's the trouble.
Gosh golly, being his apprentice must be a real challenge. Imagine being Kazuma with amnesia, being over there, having bats in the corner, and then also Lord Van Dix being like, excuse me. And he just starts taking barrels out one by one and talking to himself. Cringe.
Actually, no.
Oh?
He considered the task too important to entrust to anyone else, so he does it entirely
I
on
knew
his
it!
own.
He does it by himself, the fucking loser. So he's a barrel of laughs here and in court. Oh my God.
Stupid!
Stupid. Okay.
Oh, I detest that man.
Me too, heart emoji. Anyway.
I fucking hate you, heart emoji.
There's Lord Van Zeek's incredibly stylish desk.
It's not my style, though.
No, I noticed you've been working at the little table on the floor, kneeling down Siza style. I thought it was some kind of punishment set up by Lord Van Zeek's when I first saw it.
I find it the most comfortable way to work.
I can't do it. After a couple of minutes of sitting with my legs folded under me, they start to go tingly. Honestly, Ryunosuke, you're spitting, cause I remember.
Yeah.
Do you ever remember being in elementary school and having those field days and you have to like sit down for like large periods of time? I'd be like ripping up grass. I'd be adjusting myself. I was just so like, ugh. Give me a chair or nothing.
Don't exaggerate, Ryunosuke. We both know you can't even manage a minute.
Oh, damn. Alright.
Damn. It destroyed. The hollowed chalices.
Pray forgive me. Anyway, Lord Van Zeek's fine
Finally.
collection of hollowed chalices and bottles, all neatly lined up.
Finally, they're not being broken like
Oh, sorry, I
5
accidentally clicked.
times.
But yes,
They're not
technically
being
they
broken
are
5 times
spared
a
since
thing.
he's not being in the prosecution stand.
Yeah. Yes, he's extremely particular about all that. He has a strict regime for everything, from the storage of the casks to the bottling of their contents.
Gosh golly, you must be having a really tough time of it being his apprentice.
Actually, no.
Oh?
Now hey. He's so particular about it all, he refuses to let anybody else touch any of it. That man's got autism. So it's been quite easy for me, in fact.
Talk about weird. It's my wine. I get to figure out where it gets thrown in the courtroom.
It's my wine. I get to mess around with it how I please.
All right, I think that's it for Kazuma. So let's
Get
keep
out of here.
moving around.
See you later.
This is the ward where Mr. Vigil was brought. Apparently. To be frank,
Yeah, I
I'm a
forgot you
little
voice him.
worried about seeing him again. I forgot your voice. Oh, actually, by the way, this is a good time for you to get that picture because I will be
Yes.
talking to myself.
You will.
It's
Let me
okay.
find
I
it.
like talking. Ah, the lawyer. Hello again. Are you feeling better now, Mr. Vigil? Yes, thank you. Somewhat better. I'm so sorry to have caused you to... I mean, it was because of me. If I hadn't exposed your secret and forced you to remember things you obviously tried to forget. The prosecutor was here until a few moments ago, too. What do you mean you just missed him? We were just talking to him! Kazuma... What? Chronologically, that makes no sense, but okay. Kazuma beat us to it. I can't believe Kazuma flash-stepped in the minute that it took for us to get here to talk to him before we got here. He said very much the same as you. He was very apologetic. But the truth is, I brought all this upon myself. Please, don't think like that. Keeping it from Evie, my wife, all these years, I've carried such a sense of guilt. But that's not the worst of it. Over time, I obviously came to deceive myself as well. You mean about your dismissal? Looking back now, I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as his stand-in. He was clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could to help. So perhaps Gregson knew exactly what had become of Mr. Vigil all along then. I'm sure this is just desserts for 10 years of lies and deception, but it wasn't me that helped the professor escape 10 years ago. It wasn't me. I swear it's true. Oh, Mr. Vigil. I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up even more from your past this time, but if possible, could you tell us exactly what really happened? I want to. I need to get all this off my chest. I just want someone to tell me what I should have done. Buddy, I think you have depression. Inspector Gregson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. He was investigating something that even Scotland Yard couldn't know about. Details of the Reaper's marks, yes. It was when he had to carry out those investigations that I would take his identification and impersonate him. You'd pretend to be the inspector and carry out investigations on his behalf. Oh no, never! A common street peddler couldn't possibly carry out a proper police investigation. All I would do is go to the specified location and make a little hoo-ha. Just something.
The thing in stream chat, by the way.
Just something to leave an impression, so everyone there would think a detective called Gregson was here. So, that's what you were doing on the day prior to the incident? Yes. He asked me to make an appearance at the park on Lime Street for the Red-Headed League event. So, as usual, I flashed the inspector's identification around and was very vocal about my presence. I'm here too, but then you were taken prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters.
Oh shit, hi Iris.
Yes. So you would always make a point of showing... Honestly, I'm surprised that it took this long for that to kick him in the ass, because imagine showing up to like a suspicious scene, being like, watch out, oh, an inspector, oh, Scotland Yard, and it's like, finally, people were like, we should kidnap this guy. So you would always make a point of showing Gregson's identification and generally being loud? And that's what the inspector asked me to do, yes. Well, that's one way of becoming a legendary detective, I suppose. Not a good one, though. And as you know, I suffered this bruising around my neck at their hands. But the following day, they kept their word and released me. Without returning the inspector's identification to you, however. We had arranged to meet in Fresno Street room at 5 that day, so I could report back to the inspector, but at the agreed time, that's when I heard the gunshot. It was at midnight on 17th June, 10 years ago. That was the time scheduled for the execution. But the professor's execution never actually took place, did it? Or rather, the execution itself must have been used to effect the plan of escape. I hardly dared to imagine what a chilling plan it was. Barclay was renowned for being the highest security prison in the country. Everything that went in or out of the place was searched multiple times. But there was one notable exception. Or rather, one notable loophole. Something that was never questioned. I have a feeling I know what that loophole was now. The coffins in which the bodies of the executed convicts were placed, correct? Yes. Once the coroner had confirmed the death of a condemned convict, the body was taken in its coffin for immediate burial in Lowgate Cemetery just behind the prison. The chief warder first had to sign the necessary papers. And after that, no member of staff were permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again. When executions took place, only the executioner and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. I would wait in the adjacent room for word that the condemned convict was dead. On that occasion, once I had that confirmation, I went into the mortuary to find a lone coffin, as usual. The procedure was that I would sign the paperwork, having checked the coffin, then nail it shut. But for some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut. No! I didn't think anything of it at the time. I assumed... Sorry, you know that meme on, like, Twitter that's like, that's one guy at the Square Factory, like, oh boy, I wonder if we're doing circles now, how queer! And the second panel is, guess we're doing circles now. That's
A circle?
how quick, like, that's daily doing the normal routine, but the coffin is, like, screwed on. He's like, guess we're doing nailed shut coffins are now. Sorry.
Oh my god.
That was an
I
elaborate.
saw
That was an elaborate.
I
bit.
saw a fucking dub of that with Ford and Stan.
Oh, yeah.
Circle.
Guess we're doing circles
Square
now.
Factory. I guess we're doing circles now.
So you mean the coffin contains? Yes, I can only imagine that Asogi, having escaped from his execution somehow, was alive inside the coffin. The coffin was then taken out through the main gates and deposited in Lowgate Cemetery. Presumably there wouldn't have been enough air inside to breathe for long. So in the early hours following the burial, somebody dug up the coffin again to set Genshin free. But in the end, he was fatally shot in the graveyard anyway. What on earth really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night, I wonder? Oh yeah, you never figured out who shot him either.
Yeah.
I'm afraid I don't really know. All I can say with certainty are two things. Asogi couldn't possibly have escaped that way without help from somebody working in the prison. And that somebody was not me. Obviously, you knew the man then? The professor, I mean? Genshin Asogi. Yes, I remember him well, in fact. Would you mind telling us what you know? A little bit of PTSD? Well, having been condemned to death, as he was, any contact I had with the man was short, obviously. After that trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended only by elite members of the judiciary, they called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity. The outcome of the trial was set from the beginning, wasn't it? It was a time of delicate diplomacy, when Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty.
Ah yes, the friendship and magic.
The friendship is magic treaty. That's meant that this potentially destabilizing case had to be dealt with swiftly and discreetly.
Destabilizing.
Destabilizing, that's
You're
a word.
good.
The man had less than a week in charge.
Destabilizing.
As I was the chief warder, I oversaw his short stay in the cells until his final hour. I remember being struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience. What do you mean exactly? He was a killer of many men, but he was always quiet and polite. He was a gentleman and a man of intellect. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd done, so I asked him one day. Those five... I see this and I'm like, they couldn't bother drawing custom illustration, so it's like, fuck it, model, you stand over here. Those 5 members of the aristocracy whose lives were taken, Were you personally responsible?
I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life. Yes.
The following day, the closed trial took place, and the verdict was no surprise. Guilty. That night, when he was brought...
Guilty.
What? I can almost hear his voice. Both judges. I saw something. Something unusual. Something unusual? What? The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Asogi's will! As I said, it was on the night following his trial, after he'd been found guilty. I was doing the rounds of the cells. When I looked into Asogi's, I noticed that he seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand. His last will and testament, then, presumably. I wonder if there's an Ace Attorney character named Will Testament.
Probably.
As soon as he noticed me, he hurriedly shoved it behind his back. But why did you find that so unusual? Isn't it normal for a man to pen a will when he knows his death is nigh? Yes, that's true. But there were special conditions to Asogi's incarceration, you see. What sort of conditions? Well, even though he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates, he was allowed to keep his personal effects with him, with one exception, his sick-ass anime sword. He was allowed his things? That's unusual. Of course, he'd been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy, but at the same time, he was a guest in our country from the Empire of Japan. Oh, so basically kind of the inverse of what Jezal Brett went through, in that he got, like, certain privileges despite being, you know, convicted. The powers that be determined that his final days shouldn't be needlessly uncomfortable. And what was the exception you mentioned to the personal effects he was allowed? That's the point. He wasn't permitted to have writing materials. Specifically, no pens or paper. So, he was prevented from leaving any written record of what happened to him.
Interesting.
Yes, that was the long and the short of it. I have no idea where he obtained that paper. Any writing materials would have been confiscated from him upon his incarceration. I hate this face that Vigil makes, by the way. He looks like a dying fish. As I said, poggers. He hid the paper behind his back, and then he pleaded with me. What did you just hide behind your back?
Please. Please turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline.
Oh, but you know, it's against the rules. Oh.
You're the only person who's seen. You just agreed to keep quiet.
Alright then, but what's on that paper?
A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now.
Do you still have it? How can a will be a weapon? So I decided to pretend.
You have the will?
Weren't people saying earlier when Kazuma was dead, they were like, it's Kazuma's will. I have to keep doing the justice things for Kazuma. So I'm thinking maybe connected. Also, hello, Toes and Bros 80, cursed username, but thank you so much for following.
What the fuck?
Like Vigil,
Amazing.
I'm gonna pretend I didn't see that. I let him keep his will. But then later, it just seemed to vanish without trace. What? What do you mean it vanished?
God. Disappeared.
It would seem that this isn't the end of the story of this mysterious will. Whose will and how did he disappear?
Who is he?
I was the only person who saw Asogi's will, but somehow it disappeared. Sorry, the British. It was after Sogi's execution, which was actually an elaborate jailbreak. The warriors gathered up Asogi's possessions that were in his cell. They were all to be sent back to his family home in Japan, you see. To poor Kazuma-sama. And you're saying that it wasn't anywhere to be found among his personal effects? The will, I mean. That's right, though I didn't search through them myself. But Governor Caden was livid. He was screaming, "It cannot have disappeared completely." That doesn't quite make sense though, does it? In what way? I would love it if more people quoted other people. It's so much fun doing impressions of impressions.
For real.
Well, we understood that only Mr. Vigil was aware of the will's existence. In which case, how did the prison governor know to look for it? Oh yeah, you're right. How did he get pissed off? I really don't know how he knew. But it certainly seemed as though he knew of the will's existence from the outset. Only he didn't refer to it as a will. What he said was... the Asogi papers. The Genshin papers. I really can't tell you anything of the subsequent events. Oh, because, well, of what happened. Your dismissal, and the way you blocked it all out from your memory. You know what? It's fair that we have a character like this, because I don't think we've seen a single character who's, like, begotten by the plague. Classic English stereotype.
Yeah.
I'd forgotten all about this until today. I don't suppose it's relevant to the case. It's always relevant to the case. It happened 10 years ago, it's relevant.
Always relevant to the game.
Well, anyway,
Real.
thank you very much for sharing it with us, Mr. Vigil. We're very grateful.
Yep.
I'm afraid there's really little more I can tell you. My wife, Evie, will be here shortly, so I do hope I don't appear rude, but... No, not at all. Thank you again. But what will become of you now? Well, impersonating a police officer is a criminal offense, of course. I imagine that once I'm fully recovered, I shall be arrested. Behind bars and character design? I'm so sorry. Don't be, please. This was all my own doing. I always knew that the
And
day
I
would come.
wonder-
What'd you say?
If Vigil's gonna end up behind bars, then I wonder, if Vigil's gonna end up behind bars, does Governor Caden have the bars on his outfit because he works in the prison? Or because he's gonna end up being a guest at the prison?
Maybe. I wish you well. Goodbye, Mr. Vigil.
Woman.
Before you go, there's just one thing. Oh, yes? What is it?
Not that dead fish.
The Asogi papers. I'd be very grateful if you'd make no mention of the things I told you about them. Presumably for some good reason. I don't want to be arrested for that reason. Or like, double arrested. It's my understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret. If it became known that I remembered, well, it could be rather troublesome, I think. I understand. Some sort of will that Genshin Asogi penned just before his death, which the man himself claimed was his last weapon. I wonder if his last will and testament is... Because a will is meant to be like, I leave my belongings to you, you know? I wonder if, like, his belongings were, like, evidence of his innocence. That being, like, a weapon against the law.
Maybe.
Perhaps that had something to do with his plan to escape.
Or that.
If there's anyone who might know about a document that Kazuma's father left behind, it would be Mr. Vigil's But we know precisely where to go. Back to Barclay Prison.
Oh, I gotta bring out the Scottish
The
again.
fucking Shinji Ikari pose. This man is going through it. Well, at least he seems to be on the mend. You know, his disguise as Mr. Gossip was really quite masterful, wasn't it? I can't remember anything about it except for the floppy lip and the fact that he talked like this. I imagine not even his wife would have recognized him. But what do those lips do, though? Sorry. Perhaps, but did he have to take it quite so far? Anyway.
Yes. Important.
All this has been checked. We're good. We're good. Alright.
You're...
I'll miss voice acting that guy. It was kind of fun, I'm not gonna lie. Prison governor.
Governors. It's time. Oh, I gotta bring out the
It's
Scottish.
time for man with
Oh.
big buck.
I might not have to.
Do you remember the second night of November?
Oh.
The fact that it looks like a grate, doesn't it? Like a sewer grate.
Yeah.
It looks very street, like his whole design.
Oh, back again, are you?
Yes. Hello.
I've heard all about your investigations. I read the report just now.
Oh, that grate is definitely a symbol of his, because he has it on the back of a belt, and he even has a pin of
Yeah.
it. There's some schmimbolism. There's something there.
Perhaps he's venting, like.
Maybe.
The
Or it could
sussy
literally just be a
imposter.
symbol of bars, like a jail cell.
Wait a minute.
We need to add the
There we go.
soundbite that's like bum, 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 bum.
Bum bum bum. Bum bum. Alright. I read the report just now. You found him, eh? Vigil.
Yes, luckily.
Well, anywho, the laddie doesn't work here no more. So your case is not to do with Barclay. I wouldn't like you to get the wrong idea about that.
It's been so long since I've seen his animations. I thought when he lifted his arms, he was gonna like pose in like a muscly stance, and I was like, eh? But I was ready for it.
Jojo pose.
Of course, yes. Mr. Vigil stopped working here 10 years ago. Sorry, I've got Dante's Inferno on the mind.
Yes, we've seen his dismissal notice, haven't we? He was given the chop!
Aye, Kimra. You know, you can very well. Okay.
I think it's you.
How about
It's
the
like
wee
you
handcuff?
reckon, you know?
Yeah, oh, you reckon. Yeah, I was trying to remember, because I know that we figured it out last time he was on stream, and I forgot it. You can very well. So, how about a wee handcuff biscuit?
Oh, they really are like little handcuffs! And as hard as irons, too!
So, what brought you down here today?
Well, there's something else we'd like to ask you about, actually.
Is that so?
We believe there might have been a document that disappeared from Genshin Osogi's cell. I think it's been called... Don't mention this to
Brother.
anyone, please. Anyway, I think it was called the Asogi Papers or something?
No, you mentioned this thing. Scottish silence. Did I not say Gregson's death is not to do with things that might have happened at Barclay? Leave the past in the past, laddie. Let's not footer about with
Oh, I gotcha.
and it takes me a second
okay.
to get through the fucking Scottish dribble. Let's not footer about with irrelevant details. There we go.
The Scottish accent is really like
Boot,
a lot of
arrow.
is and oods, really. His expressions changed completely. Not really, actually. We're clearly
I'm
onto something
peacocking.
here.
No, you're not.
What is with this game and men with the shoulder waist ratio? And like the the shading on like the abs. Like, look at that. There's no need to shade here.
It's important.
There's no need.
It's important. You need to know. You
Anyway.
need to know. That murderer's botched execution and the whole miserable escape. They were Barclay's darkest hour, eh? A shocking embarrassment.
Because the convict had a collaborator on the prison staff, you mean?
Aye, for shame. The coroner who confirmed the death of the man after his execution, Courtney Scythe. And my chief warder at the time, Vigil, was in charge of the whole affair.
But Mr. Vigil says he didn't know anything about it, and we can believe it because he would have nothing to gain from claiming that he's innocent.
The rascal wouldn't say otherwise, eh? More handcuffs?
Oh, how could I say no? You can never have too much iron in your diet. These are
Crunch, crunch.
very sturdy. Oh, my baby teeth fell out.
When Mr. Vigil was handed his dismissal notice as a result of what had happened, he was so despairing, he jumped out of your office window, didn't he?
Crunch. I didn't like to say it, but that's just Vigil trying to get out of it.
Classic Vigil.
Do you not think he wouldn't have jumped from the shock of his crimes being exposed, eh? I do.
You wouldn't say otherwise, though, would you?
Of course, I can't show no responsibility myself. I shouldn't have let him deceive me. Actually, there's barely anybody that can know what went on at the time now. With Gregson having been murdered, and Dr. Scythe forbidden from having any visitors.
No visitors. Someone obviously didn't want her giving anything away.
Well, we're not going home empty-handed. More biscuits!
Get it, Iris! And I wouldn't dream of sending you packing with the without Kimmer or take a handcuff or two.
Finally! Well, it would be rude to say no. Wouldn't want to become an anemic. Iron!
I suppose there's anybody who might still care about what happened back then. About, I keep saying about, it's not about, it's about. It'd be that last from the forensic division. Mariah Gorey.
Oh, it's Courtney Scythe's, I think, apprentice? It's the one that looks a lot like her. It's the one with the plague
Mariah
doctor
Carey.
mask. Remember? She had the really cool goth
Yeah.
design.
Mm-hmm.
Maria Gorey?
Aye, Scythe's daughter. She didn't have no more, just the one. But the wee bairn's following in her mom's footsteps. It didn't ever see her without a scalpel in her hand.
Oh. I really like her design.
Hell yeah.
Oh, I just realized it's like a little skull. Look at that. With the crossbow.
Oh,
Cute.
that's precious. Who the fuck voiced her?
I mean, I think because I voiced Courtney, I think you voiced her.
Oh yeah, I did. Mama, what is this?
Ah, goth! And did she just call the doctor Mama? Dr. Scythe's daughter, Maria Gorey. We could do with talking to her.
Okay, hold on. If her last name's Gory and Courtney's last name is Scythe, what the fuck?
How it's one, actually.
And because her previous last name was not Gory,
I don't think so.
it was something else.
Maybe...
Damn it, she's not here.
Oh, damn, she isn't here. That sucks.
Rah!
There's so many men here. Where's my MILF rep? Come on. Anyway.
There's Evie right next
Oh,
to...
like
I
Rinosuke
think
is answering your
Eric.
question. Oh, he's asking you a
Oh, hello.
question. So, like Royal Wildfire
Yippee.
said, she's Dr. Scythe's daughter, but her surname is Gory?
Aye, there's some family history, I'm sure. But I didn't ken the ins and outs of it. She grew up watching her mom work with the bodies of the folk who died in strange circumstances. And decided to do the same with her own life. I can't understand it myself.
Perhaps she was driven by a deep respect for her mother.
Perhaps.
Anywho, she was in charge of Gregson's autopsy, I believe.
Right, and the coroner responsible for this incomplete report.
Interesting. Someone told me once that the wee lassie always loved her mom's stories about cutting up bodies. There's even a rumor that she used to listen to the funeral march as a lullaby.
She's so quirky.
Little freak.
Well, then perhaps her mother might have told her about the autopsy from the case 10 years ago.
Aye, I said there's a fighting chance at least. After all, that was a life-changing case for all of us.
We really need to speak to Miss Gory herself about this, I think. Well, thank you very much.
I'm not happy about any part of this. It took years for Londoners to finally forget the old professor's business. Can you not give up on this, laddie? Stop asking pointless questions.
I'm sorry. I don't like dredging up these painful memories for everyone.
Can you not just stay away now? Leave me alone and then I come back here, eh?
About the Sogi papers!
So, how do you come to ken about that, laddie? There's no many folk even here in the prison who have heard of those papers.
It would be really funny if Inosuke like, well, actually, I can tell you exactly who told me. I can't tell him, Mr. Okay, thank you, Rinosuke.
Thank
Dig in with your
God.
head.
I'm afraid our sources must
I was about to say, I'm afraid our Moses sussed.
I'm afraid our sources must remain
Moses
confidential, sir.
I almost said myrrh. Oh my god,
Our
what's with
Morses
me?
sus remain confidential.
We've been led to believe the papers are actually a last will and testament. Is that right? The professor's, or rather Genshin Asogi's.
Scottish silence. Aye, that's right. You're well informed, Jimmy.
Oh, is that the end of the silent treatment? But then after the convict's execution, it mysteriously vanished from his cell, didn't it?
Albers, no. You're awful half cooked there. I think you didn't quite get your facts straight. It was there in the cell, exactly where it should have been.
Oh, not what we heard elsewhere.
Let me just have a wee walk around in there. I'm sure I can find it.
I like that you make the effort of saying around even though it's spelled like around.
Yeah.
I see you.
Aye, here you are. See? Around.
The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi, written with a calligraphy brush.
It actually was spelled around.
Really?
I hate it.
Oh, it was!
Yeah,
Wow. I thought I totally like, you know how your mind like autocorrects things? That would it is spelled around.
My brain has been doing that for most of the words that he's been saying, especially like the about, around, around.
Mm-hmm.
It's ugh. Of course, I can't read a word of those Japanese squiggles. But Amand it says he leaves all his worldly possessions to his son back in his homeland.
Yes, that's correct. That's the gist of it.
So these are the Asogi papers?
Aye, of course they are. Papers written by Asogi, now doubt about it. There's no mystery here, laddie. That's your lot. After all, excuse me. Excuse me.
This is a lot of there's a lot of slang happening.
There's so much Scottish happening here. Excuse me while I take a second to read this. After all, the Stramash owed that slicer of an execution. There we go. We sent the man's possessions back to his clan in Japan, and that was the end of it.
I think we ought to make a record of this, Mr. Naruhodo, just in case.
The Asogi
I agree.
papers have been entered in the court document, the last will and testament. Apparently Mr. Sogi described it as the only weapon I have left. Thank you, Woods.
Thank you, Elwoods.
Oh, you're always.
What?
I feel very grateful that you always take care of that, but
I'm always.
you always do. You know what? I'll let you take care of that in the future. You always know.
I'm the Elwoods. Thank you.
Yeah, I try to like remember to do it because I feel bad about giving you that responsibility, but you're always on top of it, so might as well.
I love thanking Elwoods. It's so funny.
In
It's my
different voices.
favorite bit. Yeah. One thing before you go on your way, Mr. Naruto.
Oh, yes?
Those papers are not to go with Gregson's death. I'd prefer it if you didn't make no mention of them outside this office, or rather, I wouldn't just prefer it. Consider it an order from the highest levels of our government.
I understand. Anyway, time to
Talk
ask someone
those
about the papers.
Time to go back to...
We can examine this now.
We can look at his shit now!
This grandfather clock is
fitted with a terrifying blade that keeps chopping down.
It's modeled on the guillotine. A French execution device. You might have heard of it. And yes, before you ask, it can chop.
heads off, you mean?
Others no! Carrots and parsnips and so forth.
Oh,
Don't stick your hand in there. If you place a large carrot at the bottom there in the morning, by evening, it'll have been cut clean in two.
By evening? That's not very fresh then.
the blade
Yeah.
must have an almost indescribable edge on it then.
I've
An
got to ask you
axe,
a question.
a hunting rifle, and 4 pairs of handcuffs. That's a daunting collection.
Damn, he into some freaky
He
shit.
into some freak shit.
There's a story behind every one of those.
Please don't tell me your intimate stories about the handcuffs. You mean
Don't worry.
the rifle was a famous killer's murder weapon, and the axe was wielded by an infamous executioner, and the handcuffs were once used to immobilize a fierce 4-legged beast when it was arrested?
I think you're in the realms of fantasy now, Mr. Naruto.
Not those kinds of stories, Jimmy. That axe was the one I used to chop down the cherry tree at my house. Mrs. Gaden wasn't best pleased.
Huh. I would love it if we get like a brief glimpse of his wife and it's just him with like a lipstick on. Mrs. Clyden. Oh, she's a beauty, ain't she?
She's a beaut, ain't she? And the cuffs on the left are the ones I caught my first burglar with back when I was a bubby. Don't ask about the cuffs on the right.
I just mentioned the first cuff for a reason, laddie. You don't want to know about the other cuffs.
Yes, and they want to know.
The stories were a bit different to those you imagined, I think, weren't they?
Yes, to my relief, and in some small way, my disappointment. Bird!
What the fuck is this book?
I never had expected to find a parrot in a prison. It must be the governor's pets.
Given where we are, it's hard not to see the poor creature as a prisoner.
I don't think that bird
Yeah,
cage is ethical because that bird can't move.
It's not. For real.
Lemmy-Ord, dinner kill me! Ah!
Has the bird learned to mimic the plaintive cries of the inmates in the cells?
Oh, no. He was one of 3 siblings, you see. And he still calls out the name of his 2 brothers like that all the time.
Right.
Lemmy-Ord, dinner kill me!
What's his name? I hear ya, laddie. You want your dinner, eh? Didn't do it?
It's so fucking corny.
Fucking... Don't kill me. Let me out.
I didn't do
it. Shut up.
Ugh.
I suppose these are all former governors of Barclay Prison, are they?
Either that or former inmates who the governor has sent to the gallows.
Oh dear, they all have such severe expressions. I really couldn't deny either possibility.
Especially the one on the extreme right. His expression goes beyond severe into a whole new territory.
That one's me.
Oh, sorry. I just clicked.
I got it!
You got it, though.
I'm terribly sorry, sir.
Is it a prerequisite of the job, perhaps? Having a severe expression, I mean?
Of course it's not. Although, it is taken into consideration.
A lot.
Oh dear.
That's an awfully large cabinet full of papers, isn't it? It's labeled inmate register, look. And all the files are in alphabetical order.
That's 50 years worth of records of Barclays inmates. Whether or not they are left alive after serving their term. All the details about the crimes they committed are recorded in there, like an epitaph, you might say.
A record of crime and punishments. How dispiriting.
And yet, this man seems to be enjoying tea and biscuits as he talks about it.
Are yummy.
Cookies. That deer
Ancient sins.
Ancient sins. That deer has been staring at me for a while now.
I'm glad you got the deep cut.
Mm-hmm.
It has?
I mean, you literally mentioned Gravity Falls earlier, so
I did.
it's still in the consciousness. The poor thing can't fit through the small hole in the wall, but it can't get its head back. Oh, they think there's literally a deer through the wall. It can't get its head back out again either. It's giving me a woefully imploring look.
Ryunosuke, it's not real, Mr. Naruhodo. It's stuffed.
What? I mean, yes, of course it is. For a moment, I thought it was another assassin sneaking in via the... What? Ryunosuke!
Oh my God.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't like to say it, but you're a little slow, aren't you, Mr. Naruhodo? I think perhaps you need... How about you reread The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes and get back to me on this?
What's that meme that's like, why don't you like X, Y, and Z and then like reassess yourself with like the woman from the reality show? It's like a Tumblr meme. I forgot about it though. Ah, whatever. But I think that's it. Do you think?
Wasn't much in the Tumblr scene.
That's okay. All right.
Now get out.
Do you want to see? Well, I mean, he gave this to us, so no use.
I was about to say, like, I just gave you those papers, Sonny.
Oh,
I know what those are.
You know about this goon? Would you have a look at this random piece of evidence that doesn't have custom dialogue?
Ugh. Wouldn't you rather have a wee handcuff biscuit?
Oh, no thanks. I'd rather you just cast your eyes over this.
Or maybe you prefer real handcuffs, eh?
Oh, no. Neither for me, please. Lovely offers, though.
He goes.
Alright.
Well,
I wonder if we can actually show these to
fine.
Kazuma. Hey, bestie. Actually, you know what? Let's go back to Mr.
Hey,
Vigil.
bestie.
See if anything's changed here.
nope.
Can we talk to him? I wonder. Or is he just... Okay, so we can't talk to him. He's just kind of there in the background now. Hey, bestie. Hey, bestie.
Hello. May I help you?
Kazuma. What do you... Oh, damn it!
I don't care.
Kazuma, this... Ugh. Damn. He's locked
Nope.
in.
I didn't. I'm locked in. I can't see it. I don't know what it is.
Well... We can just go in reverse chronological order since we're at the bottom.
Let's go to the Fresno Nightcrawler room.
Yeah. These are all the same. prison.
Oh, hey.
Hi, Barrick.
oh. Well.
We've discussed it. What's that right there? Do you see that? Is that just like a blanket? It looks like a jacket almost.
Yeah, I think a blanket.
Okay.
It's the Asoki papers. Look.
Please, look. What's that? Ah, it's just something I was hoping to ask your opinion about, that's all. This nondescript, non-custom dialogue item. It's a
yes.
serious crime for the defense to attempt to extract information from the prosecution by illegal means. I think we have more of a defense and a client relationship now, don't we?
I was about to say, motherfucker, do you want the prosecution for anything right now?
You ain't prosecuting shit.
You're the
right
one
now.
being It's like, you're not prosecuting, you're being prosecuted.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know what you want.
Nothing here. Literally nothing to observe here. Alright.
Rather... Help. Help.
You made me think of that video that's like, I'm at Chick-fil-A, I'm enjoying the sandwich, and then he's like in the parking lot at night, and he goes, help! Help! Help me! He starts like screaming.
Help me!
Help me! You know that video? Oh,
I don't think I've seen it, no.
I should try to find it later, because it's a classic.
It does sound
Hi,
fun.
Iris.
Oh, hello, Iris. Okay, cool. Nice talking with you.
It appears that we may be undergoing a familiar kind of loop-de-loop. Yep,
Hey.
a summation of
So
sorts.
what's to do?
Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? It's rather unusual to find us.
Don't call me out, Susato!
Naruhodo, what are you doing in our room? Don't you know that the crime scene is over there?
Well, maybe I just want to take a rest here to have forgotten something.
Please don't worry. As long as you continue to investigate thoroughly, you won't go far wrong.
Yeah, of course. I must get back to work as soon as possible. Literally, that's all we have to talk about. Thanks.
Brother.
Oh,
Well.
brother.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks.
We tried presenting the new evidence to both Kazuma and... Well, we can't even do it to Vigil, honestly.
Yeah.
And we tried doing it to Barrick as well. So, it mentioned in one of the conversations with the prison governor to talk to Maria, but that isn't open right now.
Yeah, that's not locked. That's locked. So what the fuck?
Wonder.
Iris, look at.
I wonder if there's
these
something-
firecrackers.
I always like half expect him to pop up. I'm
Me too.
never ever safe.
I'm always scared.
Frightened even. Kazuma mask. The Phantom of the Opera.
A Kazu mask.
Actually, let's reread that dialogue because I forgot what it was. The mask that Kazuma wore when he was assigned to Lord Van Zieks. When he cast aside after the trial, yeah, I remember it being a very oh yeah, I just picked it up. I kept it, and I smell it, and I stroke it a little bit. We have to give it back to him. He has his memory back, doesn't he? Can't help but feeling he might turn around and tell me coldly to wear it myself.
Isn't he your alleged best friend?
That's kind of gay of you to just keep the mask. That's like, Kazuma. Anyway,
Kazu mask.
Kazu mask.
There's nothing to investigate at the Lord Chief.
But we see there are certain locations that we can examine and we can't. But we can examine here. But I'm assuming it's just similar background details that we could examine at any point.
Yeah. Probably the same with Sholmes' suite.
Like
For
with
the
the
most
water loop,
part.
for example, we can't examine. Maybe there's
Just
one more thing
here.
we need to do here.
Why are you back?
Let's see. Do we examine everything in the background here? Thorough.
Yes, not get to it.
Thorough.
Hello? Hello?
Nope. Background's all good.
Now get it.
We talked and we presented. Oh yeah, Maria Gori. She's the one who made the autopsy report. They mentioned that.
Ah. I fully do not even remember seeing that name in there, but I
Yeah.
assume it's always been there. Look at this photograph.
Oh, we haven't read this actually. I, Genshin Asogi, hereby request that upon my death, any material possessions be delivered to my son Kazuma. Yeah. It is with deep sadness I accept my fate, and in the knowledge I will never see my family again. I regret nothing about my chosen path. Interesting. So, like, there's nothing innately, like, threatening about this letter. So when he says it was
Yeah.
his weapon...
What does that mean? Hereby request deep sadness that I accept my fate in this foreign land, in the knowledge that I will never see my homeland or family again. But I regret nothing about my chosen path.
Interessant. Also, hello, Juno! Welcome, welcome. They were best friends.
And they were besties. Oh my god, they were besties.
Do you have any ideas? I feel like we've been pretty thorough.
Probably. Guess. Yeah, that's all checkmarked.
Ah, damn, I'm trying to get it out of the way so I can click this.
Yeah, no.
No, nothing new. Same old shit.
Same old, same old. You got everything from there. Huh.
I'm kind of at a loss. So I
Yeah,
am tempted to just
Nanny.
quickly look up guide. The Great Ace Attorney Chapter 4 walkthrough. Oh no,
Help.
wait, actually the Great Ace Attorney 2 Chapter 4 walkthrough, to be specific.
real.
Alright. Alright. Twisted Karuma.
Help.
Alright.
Help.
Help! Help me! Help!
Help me!
Oh my god, the pictures show red-headed and blue-headed Sholmes. Ugh,
What
I
the
miss
fuck?
him.
Goofy.
Alright, let's see. It's going through the trial. It's going through the firecrackers. Oh, it's actually, it's going through part by part in according to the to be continued, which is actually pretty interesting. Oh, this particular
Oh,
walkthrough.
hell yeah.
Mhm.
Appreciative.
Alright. Okay. Okay, hold on. The new evidence.
Holding.
Okay. Forensic. Hold on. There are several points to go over. We talk about the Reaper. We don't talk about Dr. Wilson's death. We got the commemorative photograph. Moved to
You're-
forensics laboratory. We are. Wait.
Fucking hell!
Huh? Was it?
Huh?
Huh? Okay, hold on.
Huh?
Okay, so after what happened to Mr. Vigil, we have to wait for him to get better. At Sholm Suite, we can start discussing the events. We can let's start by talking to Iris. I guess maybe back at Sholm Suite, do we have new dialogue with Iris?
I don't think so.
Yeah, we talked to Iris.
Oh, it's nothing.
Ah.
Now let's move to prison to see how Van Zeeks is doing. Okay, Lord Van Zeeks. Then we go to Lord Chief Justice, and then it seems that Strongheart isn't happy with Kazuma. We just had that scene. Kazuma gives us a stare and leaves. I miss Kazuma from the beginning of the game. Oh, this person has opinions. Okay. And then we go to the prosecutor's office. Kazuma's here. Discuss things. Oh. I see. I see. So we actually have to present something to Kazuma, which opens up the forensics office. Oh shit. Not that. Remember they said something about the autopsy report?
Look at this.
This came up in the trial, didn't it? And something a little dubious, I mean. The fact that no time of death was recorded. I think we were so busy examining everything and exploring that we forgot that they did key in that, like, oh, we should show this to Kazuma. And, yeah. I do remember them mentioning that. I just forgot.
Vamp Coaster, hello. Thank you so much for following.
Hello. Yes, there were some unexpected turns in the courtroom earlier. The suggestion you came up with certainly took everyone by surprise. The idea that the victim died the previous day
At some other location.
is quite something.
How are you guys doing? I'm doing pretty good. I'm thriving. I'm interested. My curiosity is piqued. I'm still kind of, perhaps this is selfish of me, but a part of me still wants like new characters, even though I know that we're going to be talking about the same case for a while. But part of me still like, I want to come up with new voices. But I also, this is a good game, as always.
New characters to voice.
Well, considering when the pocket watch had stopped and the scorch marks on the candle, it's certainly a distinct possibility. The evidence and the scene both point to it.
Japanese silence. To be honest, it bothered me too.
You're so pretty. Oh my gosh, thank you. That's very kind of you. Royal Wildfire, the person who I'm talking to, is also attractive, by the way. You can't see them, but they are. I promise. I also don't know what they look like, but I promise.
So I paid a visit to the autopsy room earlier. The coroner responsible wasn't there, but I got a name. It's Dr. Gory.
Vamp Coaster says, I believe you, for real, thank you.
For real.
If it wouldn't trouble you, Kazuma-sama, we'd very much like to speak with the coroner too.
Of course. The last thing I want is for anything to be brushed under the carpet. Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory is behind Lowgate Cemetery.
Lowgate
Cemetery. Wow.
By Barclay Prison, you mean?
I'm being gentrified. You know it, do you? The prison where my father was incarcerated and robbed of his life.
Kazuma-sama.
Well, thank you. We'll pay a visit to the laboratory later today. And scene.
And we did it. Ryunosuke, I want to thank you.
Me? You want to thank me? What for?
Yes,
I could never be Ryunosuke because I would be blushing, like twirling my hair, and Kazuma's like, ah, damn, this can't be him.
For this. You safeguarded the soul of the Asogi clan.
Well, it is a famous sword that's been in your family for generations. My only slight regret is I never got the chance to draw it before I returned it to you.
Karuma is said to have been forged by a master swordsmith during the Sengoku Warring States period. I come from a long lineage of warriors, many of whom were expert swordsmen.
Well then, you're a chip off the old block, I'd say.
This blade, Karuma, is the symbol of the Asogi clan's honor and might. Apparently, one of my father's apprentices even took the blade's name for a surname.
Really? Karuma. It does sound formidable, that's for sure.
16 years ago, when my father was a visiting student here in London, he had this sword forever at his side. Which is why it means so much to me that I have it by my side again now too. And that is all thanks to you.
Now kiss. It was an honor.
Please. Now, I have preparations to make for tomorrow. Perhaps I said a little too much.
Kazuma, you've changed.
No, Ryunosuke, I haven't changed at all. It's you who's changed.
Eh? I can completely understand your resentment of Lord Van Zeeks, given what happens. But the fact is, those events in this case are, well...
Unrelated? Is that what you want to say? How can you be so sure?
What do you mean?
Never mind. That man is the Reaper, and it's for that reason that the inspector was killed. I'm going to prove as much in court tomorrow. By whatever means necessary.
I can't let you do that, Kazuma.
Japanese silence. I know you'll do what you have to as a lawyer. But I'm sure I don't need to tell you that I won't be taking any prisoners in the courtroom.
I would expect nothing less.
Until tomorrow then, in the Old Bailey.
Bye! There we go.
Woo!
I think we
Forensics
actually jumped
revolver.
ahead by talking to Daly and oh Jesus. She's kind of
That's
quirky
so
and
cute.
silly. She's kind of silly like that.
She's so silly. Oh, I get to pull out my creepy little girl voice.
This place really is creepy, isn't it?
Well, being a dead room, it's probably full of the spirits of the dissected. But actually, there's a rather pleasing scent of roses in the air. Well, being a dead room, the coroner probably needs a bold scent like that to mask the odor of death.
Iris? Do you think we could change the subject? The sound effect of knives shinking together. What was that? Shink, shink, shink. Ah, Dr. Gory?
What?
That noise before.
I was sharpening my tools. I'd be dead meat if I didn't keep a perfectly keen edge on them.
Right.
When following the collagen fibers in the dermis, an expertly sharpened scalpel cuts like cheese. Would you like a demonstration?
Oh, yes, please! I'd love to see!
Then, I think you'll do nicely.
Huh? No. I wouldn't do nicely at all. I mean, maybe some other time. Was that a tut? Well, we came here to ask questions, so... That's a crazy idol animation.
I love her. Silly.
She's just a little quirky silly. Like, teenage girls have, hobbies,
Like, damn, let a teenage girl have a hobby.
Exactly. We actually have met before. I'm a lawyer, if you remember.
You're not dead yet.
What?
So Mama said I wasn't to cut you open. She's so strict about things like that.
Well, good. Dr. Scythe has some scruples, at least.
Oh dear, it looks like she's not interested in talking to us. For the time being, anyway.
For the time being? You mean until we die? I hope that's a way off. Sorry, but I wasn't planning on dying anytime soon. Surely there's some less drastic way of making her listen.
Dink, 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 dink.
Maybe?
Dink, dink, dink.
Maybe first let's try the autopsy. Dr. Gory, we actually came here to ask you about this. There you go.
British silence. He was very good.
Good? I'm sorry?
His skin didn't snag my blade once, in very little mess. His joints dislocated easily, and his muscle tissue was a pleasure to work with.
We can skip those details. But
What the fuck?
there is one thing. Okay, so one more point to the Gregson is definitely dead thing. But I don't know. A part of me is still like, thinking emoji. But
A part
what
of
if
me
he wasn't
believes.
though?
What?
There is one thing about the report that's caught my attention. You don't seem to have recorded a time of death.
British silence.
Oh, she's so pretty.
Only she's a little. That's not my fault.
Oh, that made me jump.
Then please tell us what happened.
Time of death, but unsaid this time.
So why doesn't this autopsy report include the victim's time of death then? It really is the most crucial detail.
I was told not to write it.
What? By whom?
Male Strongheart, the Lord Chief Justice. He came here.
I was going to say earlier that Strongheart seems to be at the crux of a lot of interesting coincidences. Both for,
Yeah.
prosecution of that trial 10 years ago, for where Cosmo went after he got amnesia, and he's in the justice system, and Lord Strongheart came?
He said that from the witness statements about the gunshot and the other evidence, it was obvious. The man clearly died at 5 p.m. on 1st November when the gunshot was heard.
But that's not the time of death you wrote on the report.
He didn't write anything. Shut up, Juno.
No, I also just saw that.
Was
Shut the
that
fuck up.
there's a reason why I tried to say it as quickly as possible without pause.
Was there some reason you didn't include it?
British silence.
Dr. Gory, if you're hiding something under Lord Strongheart's instructions, then sooner or later you're going to go the same way as your mother. Whoa, Ryunosuke. Whoa! Sometimes Ryunosuke is like
Damn.
a nerdy little gosh golly boy, and a lot of times he's like, he's kind of spitting.
He's got the audacity.
Give it here then.
Huh?
I make
What?
grabby hands. Give
What's
me.
she scribbling so furiously?
There.
You've written
What? What's she written? Tell us.
indeterminate. But the details of the autopsy report have been updated in the court record.
Thank you, L. Woods.
Indeterminate? What do you mean by that? Why was the time of death indeterminate?
When the specimen was brought in, it was still fresh, so the time of death could easily have coincided with when the gunshot was heard. But there was one small discrepancy.
What discrepancy?
There was some fried fish in the pocket of the specimen's overcoat. And that fish had started to rot.
What? Oh wait, are you actually voice acting as if the mask is over her mouth?
Yeah, I have my hand over
I
my
was,
mouth
I was gonna
while
say,
I'm doing
I was
that.
like, I can hear
Like-
it a little bit, like a difference in your voice. Nice detail.
Yippee!
If the victim liked fried fish, he presumably liked to eat it before it went off.
Well, yes. What are you really trying to say?
It's possible that someone tried to manipulate the apparent time of death.
Manipulate the... Is that even possible to do?
Theoretically, if you were to chill the body in ice, you could delay the onset of putrefaction. And if the overcoat wasn't on the body at the time,
Then,
then only... Oh,
then only the fish would have started to rot.
With today's science, it's not yet possible to determine if the body was chilled or not.
But today's science is advanced enough to let you freeze a corpse, it seems.
But surely, to chill a corpse like that would require an enormous electrical refrigerator. I don't imagine many households in London are equipped with such a device. No, definitely not. But maybe in a factory or some other special places? I don't recall seeing any factories or such like on Fresno Street, though. I wonder if the inspector's body had been chilled somehow. What might be the actual time of death have been?
I couldn't say for sure. But at the most, it might have been a day earlier.
No!
In other words, it would corroborate your previous deduction, Mr. Naruhodo. That Inspector Gregson was killed a day before his body was discovered at a different location.
Did you inform Lord Strongheart of this possibility?
He simply said that there were no electrical refrigerators of that size in the vicinity.
Yes, one other thing. It's something the governor of Barclay Prison told us. He said that your mother, Dr. Scythe, was responsible for confirming the death of the professor after his execution.
The professor.
Apparently, you always enjoyed listening to your mother's stories about her work, so we were wondering if you might know something about what happened 10 years ago.
British silence. That's not all Mama did.
Sorry?
My Mama carried out the autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks as well.
What? His brother Clint? The brother Clint?
His brother,
Lord Van Zeeks? Clint? The professor's final victim? His brother Clint?
The idea of carrying out an autopsy on the member of the aristocracy was completely unthinkable back then. But the detective in charge of the investigation insisted that it was miraculously authorized.
That detective being Inspector Gregson, of course.
Quite an accomplishment for one man.
That autopsy provided the vital clue needed to arrest the killer. And Mama was there for that historic event.
Oh yeah, that autopsy is what led to some kind of evidence that led to the professor's arrest. So, what the heck was that? What does that all mean?
Yeah.
You know, that amazing
sorry.
autopsy happened. Okay,
I'm
well,
using
fuck
a new
you
mouse.
then.
It's very easy to misclick. I like that you got mad in character, by the way.
I was literally just speaking. Oh my god.
I was speaking. Please. You know, that amazing autopsy happened right here, in this very room. The professor and Clint Van Zeeks.
He's the professor's brother, Clint Van Zeeks.
They both spent their final moments before their burial on that dissection table there. So this lab, Mama's lab, was instrumental in some of the country's most important events.
She really is proud of her mother. I wonder if you'll tell us more about exactly what happened back then, Dr. Gory?
British silence. Clink, clink, clink.
British
Clink,
clink
clink,
clink clink. Also, do we have a
British clink,
profile
clink,
now?
clink.
Please tell me we have it.
Perhaps.
Yay! She's 19? Okay, I was gonna say, she gave me teenager vibes, but also she's a doctor, so, Jesus.
I'm only 19, but my mind is older.
The professor's execution was Mama's first big case. She had to be in attendance at Barclay Prison's execution chamber and sign the certificate to confirm the convict's death. Mama is the best coroner in the world, you know. I was so proud of her.
But the execution didn't actually take place.
No, and worse still, Mama actually helped with the jailbreak. I didn't want to know.
Oh dear. You found out recently, you mean?
I believed in her, in Mama, but now I wonder if I'm starting down the same path as her.
You mean because you omitted the time of death on this autopsy report? But that's because Lord Strongheart forbade you from including it.
Just like Mama. I'm sure she was coerced by somebody too.
I mean, technically she was in the last trial. That's my feeling as well.
Real.
There's no doubt that there were powerful forces at play 10 years ago. The execution couldn't have been staged without a lot of people at the prison knowing about it. Obviously, the prison governor must have been in on it as well.
The big man with the little handcuffs? According to what he told us, he was tricked by the chief warder. He says he knew nothing about it.
Of course he said that. I'd say the same thing.
Just who was behind that jailbreak all those years ago? About his brother, Clint. You mentioned the autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks.
Ah, yes. Barrett von Zeeks, his brother, Clint. It was at a time when carrying out autopsies of murder victims was very unusual.
It's still not a practice that's observed in our country, even now.
It turned out that he was the professor's final victim, and when the autopsy was performed, Mama was present, although only as the secondary assistant. The person leading the procedure was called Dr. John H. Wilson.
Guy who is definitely alive looks at Iris.
That's right, my daddy!
And there was one other person present, the primary assistant. He was a visiting student from the Far East.
Wait, a visiting student?
It must have been my father, Eugene Mikotoba.
I had no idea Professor Mikotoba had been involved in something so important.
But the outcome of that historic autopsy was the discovery of a vital piece of evidence that led to the capture of the professor.
I like this pose.
Let
Very
me turn
cute.
to smile.
Shiko Teehee, dead bodies.
Very demure.
So that's how they came to identify Genshin Asogi as the infamous mass murderer. Do you happen to know anything about that piece of evidence? Holy shit, it's 9:45. Anyway, can you tell us? Can
9:45.
you tell us any more? By the way, I am happy to say that tomorrow, because it is Indigenous Peoples Day, I do not have work tomorrow. So, hypothetically, we could go as late as we want. But, obviously I have limits, but, you know, yay.
Yeah.
Would you like to see the records for yourself?
Would that be alright?
What's the point in keeping records if people can't look at them?
My man.
They're filed under V at the back of those cupboards, with the other records from the last decade.
Thank you! Gomenasai! Let's see. Van Zeeks. That's strange. What's Mr. Naruhodo? They aren't here. There's nothing under Van Zeeks. Hi, Dev. Remind me to never go on Twitter again. You could be talking about literally anything, and I'd be like, yeah, that's Twitter.
For real. Yeah.
There must be.
Perhaps somebody took them away?
No. No one's allowed to take documents related to the professor case out of this room. But you're right. They're gone.
Well, when was the last time somebody looked at them? Do you remember?
It was... Oh, yes, I remember now. Girl.
She kind of servant, I'm not gonna
It was
lie.
2 years ago now.
Also, Dev says the chaos around a certain game, you gotta be a little bit more specific, Dev. I hate to,
Brother.
like, I believe you, but also there's game discourse happening all the time.
For real.
A consulting detective came one day saying that he'd like to see the records.
Oh, Pokemon. Is it because of the leaks? Or like, not leaks, but like some development stuff leaked for previous games?
Yeah, there's a lot of things that leaked about Pokemon today.
Today?
Yeah.
I didn't check
A
Twitter
lot.
today.
It was either today or yesterday.
But
Yeah, there's been a lot of beta Pokemon leaks. Some of them are really fucking freaky looking. So I'm amazed.
but that's the thing. It's not like,
Pokemon designs that.
I mean, yeah, that sounds interesting. Kind of like like dev notes and concept art. But is that really like? It's not like it's a leak for a future game. I don't know. I don't see the real big harm in it.
Well, about that, when I say that there was a Game Freak leak about Pokemon stuff, I mean there was a Game Freak leak about Pokemon stuff. Beta designs, unused designs, stuff about Gen 10, stuff about Legends ZA, stuff about actual employees.
Oh, Jesus. That's
Apparently also the whole history, theology, mythology of the Pokemon world, some really messed up Pokemon and human relationship stuff, and I'm so mad because apparently one of them is about Typhlosion, which is literally one of my favorite Pokemon ever, and I'm pissed.
oh, so it's almost so it's like these internal documents of like, hey, if you're working on a Pokemon game, here's things that, you know, we don't make public, but things you should keep in mind about the lore we've built about this world. Kind of like that
Yeah.
kind of stuff.
Yeah, basically.
Oh,
Which,
well.
I wish that they didn't keep a lot of the beta designs and stuff like that behind lock and key.
Mm-hmm.
So in a way, I'm kinda happy about the leaks. I'm 5% happy about the leaks and 95% holy shit, that should not have been out in the world.
I mean, when it comes to stuff about the Pokemon, like, lore, a part of me is, like, neutral on that. It's like, yeah, that shouldn't have been released, but it's also, like, vaguely interesting. About the employees, that's kind of,
Yeah.
like, fucked up, and definitely that's
Yeah.
some invading of people's privacy.
Yeah, that did not need to be out in the world.
I will try to check that out, though. Not the leaks, but, like, specifically what's been happening in the news regarding
Yeah.
that.
It's pretty much everywhere over Twitter. If you search Pokemon, you'll find something.
Alrighty. You don't mean...
Herlock Sholmes was his name.
Deep down, I knew that was coming.
I completely forgot what we were talking about.
Someone messed with the records for the Van Zeeks file.
And they say would like to see the record. You naughty bitch.
Do you think he stole the records?
Oh no, surely not. Iris, that can't be right, can it? The pink bitch was too stunned to speak.
Iris?
Pink bitch did breakfast.
Bruno? I hope you don't mind, but
What is it, Iris?
I've just remembered something very important I have to do. Bye! I'm going to have to leave you now. Bye! Oh, this is very sudden, Iris, and very suspicious. Well, we'll come with you then. Oh, no, that's okay. That's no need. You and Bruno can take your time here. Bye for now then. Goodbye, good luck. Bye. Bye, woman.
Wait a minute, little girl.
Huh? Me?
I remember now. You've been here before, haven't you?
Have you, Iris?
Yes, 2 years ago, when that detective came. You were with him, weren't you? You were a living specimen then, too.
That's the way it usually works, yes.
Was I really don't remember.
Not the goggles on.
Anyway, sorry, but a mustache. Goodbye, woman.
Wait, Iris.
I'll brew up a good pop for you when I get home. Whoosh.
Very quick, woman.
What's the matter with her? She's behaving really strangely all of a sudden.
British silence.
Well. Sorry, this reminds me of that Ace Attorney meme where Phoenix is like a drawing of a picture of Phoenix with a well in his briefcase and the caption says, "Well, in that case,
Brother.
we won't sorry. We won't keep you any longer either."
Wait, hold on. There's a perfect thing for this.
Say
There
the
we go.
line.
It's been quite a while since I had any visitors. This was really fun. But next time you'd come, I'd prefer it if you were ready for dissection.
I can't make any promises. I'm sorry.
Damn it.
It's a bit strange that the records of Clint Van Zeek's autopsy has disappeared. But I think we asked all we came to ask now. Let's
I
examine!
sit in my little corner and I play
wonder-
with my little dolls.
I wonder if the reason why only Susato comments on these things is that technically Iris is with you for some of the scenes, but it's like variant, so it's more consistent if it's just Susato and Rinosuke talking. Let's have a
Yeah.
closer look at this.
Tink, tink, tink,
Then
tink, tink.
again, let's not. At least, well, not while she's armed. Oh my god, that's for everything.
Don't look
That's for
at
her
me.
whole like setup here.
You're not allowed.
Damn. Okay.
Don't look at my things. Get out of my room. I'm 19 and this is
Bye
deep.
bye. So, Iris, didn't you say you'd be at home? Iris,
Yeah, I thought you'd be home.
Interesting.
Okay, well, you figure out where we need to go. I have to piss.
Go piss. This is a fun game. What is Van Zeeks is gone? Damn! Everyone's gone. Oh. The loading screen of importantness. Oh. Interesting how we returned to the scene, but because we completed the prerequisite scenes, now we are here, and the narrative is saying, yes, you should be here. Go piss. While the piss is happening, I'm gonna go check on the state of food, because my roommate is making food.
What the fuck? Oh, am I alone? I'm alone. What's that green case? What's that there? Okay, quick, chat. while Sang is gone. There's a cool thing that you could do if you have an Amazon account, and if you link it to your Twitch account, you can get Twitch Prime, and you can subscribe to the Sangold Twitch channel for free 99. And that's not $3.99. I said free 99. And you should especially take interest in that, considering that Twitch just upped their subscription prices for no goddamn reason. Stupid. Dumb as hell. So yeah. I suggest that you subscribe to Sangold with Twitch Prime so that you can get access to our cool little emotes and you can watch the streams ad-free so you can get your full time of the gay lawyers. And that's my ad segment.
I have dinner.
Yo! I'm saying that and they can't hear me right now. Dinner.
So, as you can see, this is the next scene.
There's a fucking crate.
I literally just went to this place and then it loaded and was like, this is where we should be. You can tell because there's dialogue. Anyway, I'm gonna show stream. My roommate made fish and chips, and I just have some rice and ketchup with it.
Holy shit, how appropriate.
Oh, wait a minute, you're so right. After literally on today's stream, they mentioned the fish and chips that he would eat as evidence. That's crazy. Alright. The police are still busily investigating in here then.
But Gina's nowhere to be seen. Where is she?
Yes, it has been blissfully quiet, hasn't it? Perhaps she's out investigating on her own, practicing what her boss taught her.
Well, I expect she'll be back before long. Shall we wait?
Actually, there's something different about this room since the last time we were here, isn't there?
We could always use the time to investigate more thoroughly.
Actually, wait.
What the fuck is that?
No. No. What the?
Yeah.
This little trunk wasn't here before, was it?
Oh, it appears to be made of metal. It must be very heavy. I wonder to whom it belongs.
Zoom.
There are some initials on the outside, look. T.G.
Tobias Gregson.
Tobias Gregson!
Let's ask one of the policemen if they know how it came to be here. That's you. Oh, wait, that could be, actually, that could be me. That could be Gina.
That might be Gina.
I thought that was one of the police officers.
Oi! What do you think you're doing? That's my trunk, that is. Hands off.
Gina! Where were you hiding?
I don't know. You leave something unattended for a few seconds, and then Tom, Dick, and Harry's got his gritty eyes on it.
Just a wild guess, Gina, but...
What? Spit it out, Otto.
Is it fair to say that you've only owned that trunk since this morning's trial?
What? What are you trying to say? Come on, this trunk goes with me with everywhere, always has. Where you been the last year?
Trying not to incur your wrath, mainly. Also, hello, Gina. Your boss.
You should hear them talking at the yard now. They should be ashamed of themselves. They're saying that it was the boss who killed all them bludgers.
You mean the whole Reaper thing?
Yeah. Apparently, the boss was investigating stuff that no one else at the yard knew nothing about. Stuff to do with all the criminals what got off scot-free.
Yes, the ones prosecuted by Lord Van Zeeks, who used bribery and corruption to evade conviction.
Well then, obviously it was that bloomin' Reaper giving the orders, wasn't it?
But why would people be suspecting Inspector Gregson of being involved in the killings?
There was a notebook hidden in his office.
Oh no, that doesn't sound good.
It details about all the crimes that have been pegged as the Reaper's work.
What?
No, did you see it, Gina? Did you see the notebook? They wouldn't flaming let me, because I'm just an apprentice, apparently. But it was me who found it, and it was my boss. That's right. Gal boss.
He was my dad.
I was pretty miffed about it, so I sneaked a peek at what it said anyway. Oh, that's our Gina. The secret notebook, baby. You managed to see what was written in Gregson's secret notebook anyway, did you? Well, I see it. It's my right to read what he wrote. And what had he written, Gina? Dates, times, places, names, an whole long list of them. All details about the bludgeons supposed to have been done in by the Reaper. But the urethra, there could be an explanation for that. Perhaps it was the record of the inspector's investigations into the Reaper's activities. Exactly, that's what I say. That's the first thing you think, right? And as it happens, it was full of names I recognized anyway. Well, the Reaper's targets were almost exclusively known leaders of London's criminal underworld. Well, yeah, but there was one name right at the end that was a bit odd. Not like you, Otto, just odd. At the end of the list, you mean?
Nope.
I'm pretty sure the date against it was 31st October. Halloween. Oh, the day before the inspector was found dead.
Oh, also that.
So, what was the odd name? It was a name I've never seen before. It was something like, nah, it's no good. I can't remember it. I don't think it was an English name, put it that way. Was it a Japanese name? Oh dear.
Was it perhaps Asashin?
I was thinking Asashin.
What a pity. There was something else too. I don't know if it matters, but the same name kept coming up over and over.
Asashin?
Shin,
Right.
it was. Don't suppose it means anything, but...
Asashin?
Did
That's
you
a stun
say
silence.
Shin? Like the hit game series Shin Megami Tensei?
Oh my god.
Eh? Does it mean something? Lord Van Zeeks knew the name too. He mentioned her as well. The woman who actually did the deeds. And now we find out her name appeared in Gregson's secret notebook, the Death Note.
I'll take some fish and chips, you see, and I'll eat it.
I get it.
I'll take this chip and I'll eat it.
It's because he literally has fish and chips. The joke works, okay? Anyway, we haven't seen you in a while, have we, Gina?
Well, of course not. I've been busy, ain't I? Investigating and all that. The lads at the yard are trying to trace the boss's movements the day before it happens. The day before? That would be the undercover investigation into the Redhead League, then. Only the boss didn't go, did he? You found some code what was pretending to be him, didn't y'all, though?
Yes, it was Mr. Vigil who actually went to the park on Lime Street that day, posing as Gregson.
Well, anyway, you ain't the only one turning stuff up. I got my own ways of getting results. My dog. His name is Results. When me and my partner get it together, there's nothing we can't track down. Oh, little Toby, he's such a faithful friend.
So, have you tracked anything down then? Oh my god, I love Toby. Oh my god, Toby's little toes.
He's toe beans.
His toe beans, his tobies. Anyway,
What you think, eh? Of course we have. Can't tell you though, police business, innit?
ugh.
Anyway, the point is, if you lot ever need help, you know who to turn to, right? Me and the L-Hound here.
Right, because he looks oh so hellish, honest. The
Scary.
hellhound. Gina, about your hellhound there?
Damn it, I gotta pick him back
Gotta
up.
pick him back up.
Chief Inspector Toby, you mean? He's the pride of the force, he is. In Japanese, police dog means something quite different, and not altogether nice to those involved in crime. But here in Britain, it's a wonderful compliment, it seems. For a canine, at least.
It should be. After all, in the Great Exhibition case the other day, it was Toby here who managed to locate Drebber's workshop.
Maybe it's time for another demonstration of what this super dog can do, eh?
Do we have something the
Let's
Chief
go.
Inspector could catch the scent of, I wonder? The pocket watch? It has to be something belonging to Gregson because they're following Gregson. So I'm wondering if it's... Yeah.
Hold on. Oh, presumably.
Well, Chief Inspector Toby, if you wouldn't mind having a sniff of this... Sniffing.
Sniffer, sniffer, sniffer.
He might be a little too keen, don't you think? Oh, he's barking! The Chief
Bobby!
Inspector made short work of Gina there. Oh. Ah, look what he's gone to.
Oh my, that trunk clearly still has a very strong scent. Of Inspector Gregson.
In other words, it must have belonged to him. Live Gina reaction. Oh, alright. It's a fair cop, I suppose. And you nearly got away with it, too. If it wasn't for that meddling dog, eh? I see the joke you made, writers.
You always talk so proudly of Chief Inspector Toby's nose and what it can achieve. Did it not cross your mind that he might identify something that was right next to us?
Yeah, that was a bit of a bloomer, wasn't it? That's enough now then, Gina. Eh? I think it's time you told us the truth about that trunk and the junk that's in it.
Tell us about the junk in that trunk.
It wasn't like that. It just wasn't. What are you talking about?
I know what's going through that head of yours, but that ain't what happened.
Alright then, what did happen?
Well, like I said before, we were trying to chase the boss's movements. So I let Toby have a whiff of the boss's overcoat, and as soon as I done that, he went off like a shot. Straight to that sandwich.
To a sandwich? Not to a bag of chips?
Mr. Naruhato, I believe Gina means the witness.
Oh, boo! I forgot about that sandwich.
Yeah, he had it in between them wooden balls of his, the boss's trunk.
You mean when they heard the sound like a gunshot and all piled in here?
Exactly, he nabbed it from the scene. Goodness. Me and the Chief Inspector gave that sandwich a good grilling, and you know what he said? Thank you, because sandwiches should be grilled.
Bubble moment.
I thought it might fetch a good price. Then the chap wouldn't be needing it anymore, so... But that's all I did. Nothing more. Nothing...
Would you Adam and Eve the check of it, eh? Stealing the dead boss's stuff to flog.
So Miss Venus wasn't the only one to meddle with the scene of the crime then.
How could they? So anyway, that's how it happened.
Man's gotta do what a man's gotta do.
And it's a pretty decent trunk, so I figured I might as well make use of it. Is there something wrong with that, eh? Well...
Maybe you and Mr. Sandwich should try to find the answer to that question together.
I think perhaps that trunk should be turned over to the police, don't you?
What are you on about? I am the police! Gina, if you wouldn't mind, could we maybe examine it?
Yeah, alright then. Do what you want with it. Thank you. We shall make a detailed record of our examination of the evidence.
Gregson's trunk has been entered into the court record.
Thank you, Elwoods.
Oh, Toby said thank you, Elwood, this time. What's the matter with Toby? Why is he acting so aggressively towards me all of a sudden?
Mr. Naruto, be careful! It must be the trunk!
Jump scare! Holy shit!
Fucking Five Nights at Freddy's jump scare!
Toby, or what are you doing? You're gonna lick his face off! Mr. Naruto! Mr. Naruto! Gina, quickly! Hail a carriage!
What?
The next trial is actually Suzato examining the death of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. The culprit, the dog. Are we gonna be in the hospital? Oh, never mind. It would be really funny if we were.
It would be so funny. I love the little outline of the tears that you can see before the like model settles into place.
Really? Oh, I did notice that.
Yeah.
Damn, I was looking away.
You
Aw.
fool.
Mr. Naruto, are you alright?
Miss Suzato? Hi, sexy.
Ah, conscious again at last. A blessed relief, my dear fellow. After all, to drop dead after a moderate licking by a small terrier. Most unseemly.
What is or isn't seemly is irrelevant here, Mr. Sholmes.
Bombastic Suzato side eye.
Bombastic side-eye. Criminal offensive side-eye.
I'm so glad there's no lasting damage. How are you feeling?
I'm fine, thank you. Did you bring... So, to get things straight, Ryunosuke was attacked by a dog who did nothing but just lick him, and he just blacked out.
For real.
He was Five Nights at Freddy's jump scared, and Ryunosuke said, "That's it, I'm exiting the mortal plane."
Like, time to go. I mean, if anything, now him and Kazuma are tied for stupid deaths.
By
deaths
animals, no less.
caused by animals.
What's this on my head? A
So-
bandage?
Sadly, we had no ice, so that's a compress of sugar water.
Sugar water?
Yes.
Don't worry,
That's
Mr. Naruto. It's a first aid treatment that my father taught me.
Oh, thank you.
So, let us take tea when you're feeling up to it. But of course, no sugar in the patient's cup.
Ugh. The bump on my head is throbbing sweetly enough. Don't worry.
Hehe. Whenever you feel ready, then.
Interesting. What? Sorry, did you see a man's ankles and just gasped?
No, just him in the background. I was like, him.
But it's interesting that we were going to
So
examine
disgusting.
the case and we were interrupted. Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the same thing as when we go back, but now we can just talk to Sholmes, who's here.
Hey.
Thank you for your concern, Mr. Sholmes.
God, what I would give to be doted over by Mr. Sholmes. Anyway, my dear fellow, think nothing of it. I must say I was quite startled when I heard that you'd been attacked by a dog. For a moment, I feared that infamous murderer of so many had come back from the dead.
You mean the professor?
Fortunately, I see your prize throat is unscathed. Yeah, that... I completely forgot about that, about the professor case.
That apparently a dog was used.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
You connected some dots?
Okay,
Connected some
yeah,
dots?
Yeah, the dots have just been connected. I can't believe that took me so long. Okay, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway. That
So
stiff
what we
turned
know
up
of the
collar
professor-
yours obviously
Oh, yeah, sorry.
some welcome protection.
What we know of the professor case is that ultimately when Barrack was the last victim, something in his autopsy revealed it's pushed forward by Gregson revealed something that led to the arrest of the professor, Kazuma's dad, and also that the professor was using like a dog for some reason in the killings, hence the Hound of the Baskervilles. So specifically, who exactly was doing the killings is still a mystery in a way. But we have a sort of idea of how they were carried out because of the dog that was involved.
Oh, I know now. God,
You got theories or what?
I've got a theory that's basically confirmed at this point,
Alright.
but I won't say anything. But I know what it is now. I think I'm like, I've got like 98% of the picture. I just need that last 2% to be like, okay, that's how this like one minute detail happened. Cool.
Gotcha. Was I that close to death? All I really remember is the dog licking my face over and over and over again.
Well, if you wish to avoid such troubles in the future, a little mustard spread on the cheeks should do the trick.
I'm sorry? Ayo?
What?
Wait, oh, he means the face cheeks.
Ah,
Damn. I should think that would balance the sweetness of your bandage rather splendidly.
That's all you gotta say?
damn. The shovel debate.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
We-
We did get the achievement for it
We
though.
need it.
The spade
Now
is still
Sholmes is
here. Look.
too.
Please, Mr. Naruhodo, it's not a spade. As I think you very well know, it's a shovel.
It didn't take long to reignite that old argument.
Ah, Urethra, I have an idea. Let's give the implement a name like Professor Hairbrain named his tools.
Oh, I never thought of doing that.
From now on then, let's call it Ryunosuke.
No. It's clearly more of a Suzato. The old argument
I
has taken a
mean-
new and unexpected turn, it seems.
It's either a spade or a shovel. Both of them start with S. I think Suzato fits. But also, you could call it something else.
Okay, so we examined the Sholmes. So everything else is just flavor text.
Show-
I guess go back to the scene?
Back we go. And the
What?
trunk is, of course, no longer there.
What the fuck? Oh!
Oh,
Gina, you scared
Gina
the piss
just
out of
scared.
me!
Hey, girl. Uh-oh.
Gina, I'm really sorry, but I was attacked by your dog.
It's daft, innit? If you asked me a year ago, the cops would go hang for all I cared. But we gotta have police, ain't we? To catch the bludgers. So us divers can go about our business in peace.
Wait, sorry? I don't think I've heard that properly.
He said he was gonna teach me everything I need to know to be a detective. But all he got round to showing me is where the best flaming fish and chip shops are!
Actually, that reminds me. I'm eating fish and chips right now. Gregson says he was supposed to be going to Paris in the near future, didn't he?
Detectives in Paris.
Is something wrong?
Oh, no, I'm sure I'm reading too much into things. It's just that the timing seems very coincidental.
Huh?
You know, the boss was acting a bit strange recently, like he was always in a rush.
Best chips in town! An achievement for talking with Ryunosuke. For talking with Gina after Ryunosuke gains consciousness. Oh, so that's completely optional.
Holy shit.
That's crazy.
Oh my god. Amazing.
Alright, maybe it's the
Well
Sholmes is
then.
sweet? Oh yes it is.
Iris
I
here
know that
making tea now?
second of loading time as much as anyone.
Nope.
Hip.
There's a radio playing in the background. There's audio.
Okay.
I think it's
who the
German.
Fuck is the corpse?
You should listen to the stream and listen to it.
Yeah. I'm listening to it. cute. Well then.
What on earth is going on in here? Am I having a bad dream?
What is happening? Ah, no. It's an old German folk song. You were right, Sangled.
Hell
It's a
yeah.
rather fine rendition, I think.
And that's the least of my concerns.
Oh, that's Mikatopa.
Yeah, that's what the mustache and all that.
His mask? What is...
Iris?
You drug? Did you drug him?
Iris?
Iris, what's the matter?
The estrogen kicked in for a second
Who
there.
is that that relaxed gentleman over there?
Iris? Is she... Did he tell her about Wilson?
He might have. Excuse me, sir. I do apologize for troubling you whilst you're singing so merrily, but would you be kind enough to explain the situation? That's not him, buddy.
Well, that worked. The singing did not, in fact, stop.
A crooning gentleman and a mute young girl. A rather tantalizing juxtaposition.
I'm just going to real quickly ban welcome reinvestment.
Kill!
No! I was in the middle of it! Anyway, whatever. It's okay.
You fool!
You're better at doing that than me.
Because I'm in mod view right now, and there's like handy little buttons on the side of
that's
each
true.
message that's shown where you can ban, timeout, and just delete a message.
I see.
So whenever I see that, I just go, oh.
So I want to let you know that the dance of deduction music is currently playing.
Yeah, I had a feeling. I was like, it's time.
And one that appears to have incited the gods of deduction within me to find their voices too.
Ah, Mr. Sholmes.
Look at the joints reactions. That's funny.
Do you mean?
Sisters.
The strains of reasoning within me are playing now as a delightful duet. One melody sings of a reunion full of nostalgia, whilst the other is a morose theme about the great secret you're trying so desperately to conceal, Iris.
She's turned as white as a sheet. So as usual, you've instantly seen to the very heart of the matter.
And by the time my own brief performance is over, I feel sure this gentleman's song will reach its finale. So then, to Musicland, where all is sweetness and delicacy and harmony. Pray, do enjoy Herlock Sholmes' latest logic and reasoning spectacular!
Hell yeah. Oh, he's actually in his casual clothes this time because we're in his apartment. I miss his rolled up sleeves. I'm not gonna lie.
I love
It's okay. The less clothing, the better.
real. Firstly, we consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly, he's a German with no grasp of the English language. As evidenced by the Germanic song he sings and his apparent inability to understand when asked to desist. Okay, buddy. So, why is the man here at all, and in such apparently high spirits? You're so stupid. The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Indeed, we need only follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel this particular part of this mystery.
Or should I say, follow her irises?
Her irises. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the herbal tea. You obviously offered our German guest a cup of your latest herbal blend.
And you can't stop singing!
The tea's delectable flavor has made the man's spirits soar, and resulted in this joyful ditty tumbling incessantly from his lips. I eagerly await sampling the flavor myself, that I may join the fellow in his state of elation. Oh, I could get you there anyway. Now, to the next question. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the satire? As it happens, a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particularly delicate case. He required the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that might have proved problematic. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived in my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gottschalk Siesmann von Ormstein.
I'm sorry, the little German boy's father?
It's the little German boy. I would like a balloon, please.
The King of Germany.
What do you mean the man? Sorry. Sorry.
Oh my god. If my memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. Well, that kid did wear a mask for a little bit.
That is
in
true.
the trial,
I totally
but then he
forgot
took
about
it
that.
off. I remember. It's the ADHD memory again. Do I remember anything about what's happening in this trial? No, but I remember the stupid little mask with that stupid little German boy. Yes, there could be no question that mask belongs to the King of Germany. Sure. It would appear that His Majesty remembers the fine service I afforded him. I can't even keep Sholmes' voice because I'm laughing
the
too
framing of what he's saying and Mikotoba in the background looks like Sholmes like sucked him off so good he collapsed. Look at it where his pipe is.
It does.
Anyway.
Yeah, I'm about to say it does not help where the pipe is situated. Oh, and has decided to show his face again, mask and all, in order to express his gratitude.
Me after receiving head from Sholmes. Anyway.
Oh, real! A well-mannered monarch indeed. Wouldn't you agree, my dear fellow? So, the identity of this masked visitor is in fact my former client, the King of Germany. Indeed, his son is currently in London as well, enjoying the wonders of the Great Exhibition.
It is nostalgic seeing him in this outfit because that's when, like, the royal wildfire thirst occurred.
Oh my god, yeah, it was. I forgot about that. Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. You. Yes, you, young Iris. But your apparently inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that knapsack. A £5 note, I believe. I must say, as your compatriot, I'm deeply saddened. It would appear that you've allowed yourself to be bribed into silence by His Royal
By
Highness.
£5?
Earning yourself some spending money in exchange for keeping quiet about the King's secret. And now, the final piece of the puzzle. What is this secret you strive to hide with your silence, Iris?
It's the same pose, but it's a nice new angle.
It is. I love it.
I like seeing his, like, kind of the eyebrows determined smiling face.
Like, Ah yes, we need only follow that brief involuntary twitch of your eyes to find the answer. You were attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. My favorite coffee cup, in fact. Or should I say, the handle of my favorite coffee cup? How many times can I say coffee cup? It appears that His High-Spirited Highness broke it in the midst of his hijinks. Which leads us to the sad truth. My favorite coffee cup has been broken by the King of Germany, and Iris, you tried to conceal it from me! Oh. I shall have a bill sent via governmental channels to the German royal family for its replacement.
I like that that's the last picture.
Oh my fucking god. Oh. Thus concludes Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction. of this painful puzzle.
He's so baby girl. The fact that we know for certain that the mask is like Kazuma's makes this so much funnier.
Yep.
That they
Ah, yes. The King of Germany's mask. With your silence as well, the fellow's jovial wobbling rather rings in the ears, does it not?
Huh.
Mr. Sholmes, I must say something does rather trouble me.
Pray, Mrs. Otto, do tell.
His Royal Highness doesn't appear to have moved a muscle since we have arrived.
Oh, wait.
And you haven't said a word either, Iris. Oh. If Mr. Sholmes has it all right, you might as well own up to it now.
She pout. Your reasoning isn't entirely without substance, I must admit.
And one other thing, Mr. Sholmes.
Yet another grievance, Mr. Naruhodo? Surely not.
Well, I actually read the story of that case recently, the one you were just describing. And according to that, at least, it wasn't the King of Germany, it was the King of Bohemia. Oh yeah, he did say he was, I'm the king, I am the son of the King of the Bohemia.
I am the son of the King of Bohemia.
British silence. Goodness, was it?
Yes, that's quite true. Master Gotz, the prince, testified to that in court. In his words, I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia.
British silence. I would ask you to keep that minor error to yourselves. It could easily become quite a scandal.
I know that that detail makes it sound like I'm wrong, but we wouldn't want to confuse anyone, would we?
I
Consider,
believe, Mr.
what if you did
Naruhodo, that it's our turn now to make some correction to a number of minor errors that may have slipped in.
Even Mr. Sholmes is willing to admit he might be slightly wide of the mark this time. Although it's clear that Iris is definitely hiding something. We need to find out the truth behind the scene.
But one truth is incontrovertible. My favorite coffee cup is no more. So, shall we embark again? On a joint presentation of Herlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular?
Alright, I'm doing autoplay for this.
Oh, we're auto.
I'm doing autoplay for this, because I'm aimed to eat some food.
Let's go. Woo! Munching. I think I sippy.
The German song is still playing. Jesus.
The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Indeed. Those bright young eyes. He's nodding to what is with the herbal
Alright,
tea.
alright.
Un-auto.
So what? It's some mix of herbs that give you the urge to sing? Goodness, I should like to try some. I like to hear you singing, but this man, just how long does he intend to keep up with that tune, do you suppose? As I said, he's been stock still this entire time. And if you look closely, his lips aren't moving either. So I'm not sure what's actually responsible for this spirited singing. But I suspect the answer lies at the end of Iris's gaze. Alright. Oh, Jesus. Crotch already?
Damn. Nope.
Oh,
The gramophone.
wait. This...
Is a gramophone still rarely seen in our own country?
Is it spinning? It doesn't look like it's spinning, though.
The sound certainly appears to be coming from the horn.
But machines singing? That can't be right!
Science and technology are changing the world rapidly, Mr. Naruhodo. what's right is changing too.
Ugh, it's too much for my brain. Dude, if you showed like a TikTok video to Rinosuke, he would die on the spot.
At
For
least we
real.
found our answer.
Also, isn't this your gramophone with your CD in it? Wouldn't you recognize it?
No! No! No!
The reason for this man's mildly irritated warbling is revealed by the gramophone.
Indeed, for no well-bred gentleman would break into an obscure folk song when making a social call.
This is a really good angle for Sholmes. It's like he's talking to
I
us.
love him. Oh, please talk to me more. In other words, this gentleman isn't singing at all. In fact, it would appear that the fellow is unconscious.
Ah, the music seems to have stopped now.
Yeah, all done. I ask you, Mr. Naruhodo,
Yes?
why would I have purchased a recording of that gibberish?
How should I know? Anyway,
Why would I do that? Well, never mind. On with the deduction.
alright, autoplay.
Back to autoplaying. Yep. Ah, yes. Look at him with his little leggies up.
Mhm.
He's so precious. He's so baby girl. Ah! Her luck Sholmes.
He's the best type of like quirked up white boy.
For real. I love this quirked up white boy.
Although we've already established that it was actually the King of Bohemia.
It seems Mr. Sholmes intends to persist with his Germany theory for some reason.
Come to think of it,
He's
the young,
German.
the young prince was wearing a mask as well, wasn't he?
Master Gotz, the boy whom you had in tears?
Don't remind me, or anyone else.
Do you suppose all members of the aristocracy in mainland Europe wear masks?
I'm sure they do. Well, probably anyway. The point is, that mask doesn't belong to any king.
No, that's right. As we well know, because we can identify the true owner of this mask.
Oh, well, yeah.
This bitch! I'm as old as Kazuma.
I love Mouse Ryunosuke so much.
He's chilling.
He is literally just chilling. There can be no question
He's
the
just
mask
saying.
belongs to Kazuma Asogi.
In other words, my memory is sublimely unreliable.
At least he admits it. Only you
Me
could try to
too,
make that
buddy.
sound positive. Kazuma's mask has been languishing on this metal chest for several days. That doesn't explain why the gentleman is wearing it now.
But it is now a simple matter to determine our guest's true identity. After all, the gentleman is unconscious. We need only excuse ourselves in advance, gently lift the mask, and peer beneath it. Wow.
I don't wait, actually, pause. Wasn't it makes sense that he's here because didn't Sholmes say that he was off to see Susano's dad about the telegraph? Did they like do that and then like party afterwards? What the fuck?
I guess, I don't know.
Ah! Father!
I'm afraid, Mrs. Otto, you must be mistaken.
No, I think not, Mr. Sholmes.
Then it would appear our logic and reasoning has once again revealed the truth. This mysterious visitor
Is my unconscious unconscious father, Eugene Mikotobo.
That was so, like, serving of Suzato, by the way. Logic and reasoning,
Hell
or
yeah.
just looking and saying because it's obvious. I love how silly these are. Especially when it's, like, really obvious.
I love these. Yeah.
Alright.
Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris.
Oh.
I'll take it. She's eaten the rest of the cup.
I made you a cup, but I eaten it!
Iris! The knapsack! On Otto.
So that's a 5-pound note peeking from Iris's knapsack, is it?
Oh dear, I can't be sure. Most money we encounter is in coin form.
I know. I'm not even sure if we've seen any banknotes here in Britain at all, have we? But anyway,
Nope.
Father would have never paid money for Iris's silence. He certainly seems like the silent type himself, though, judging by his present state.
Damn.
Your dad is unconscious, and we're just continuing with. Anyway, what's Iris hiding?
Bruh.
There must be some other reason. But away with her eyes is something different. Alright.
What's she looking at?
Metal chest? Metal chest?
Metal chest?
Yeah.
There's something concealed inside the
This
metal,
metal chest?
Oh yeah, it is open, isn't it?
It contains important documents, doesn't it?
Yes, details of the cases Mr. Sholmes has worked on over the years. Written up by Iris's father, if I'm remembering correctly. Iris insists that the chest is kept locked at all times. She's never once shown me the inside.
Well,
Excuse me.
its contents are invaluable to her, I suppose, and entirely irreplaceable. But look at it now. The catch is unlocked for once.
Oh, so it is. That's hard to ignore.
Very. I've never seen that chest unlocked before, in all the time we've been staying here at Baker Street.
The metal chest.
Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that metal chest.
Hello, there's the broken cup. An excellent observation.
Oh, yeah.
For upon closer inspection, there is something different about the chest's appearance. It's kept locked at all times, yet now the catch is open. Evidently, this has something to do with your refusal to speak, Iris. But it's a simple enough matter to incite you to speak, I'm sure. I merely need. Oh.
I merely need to open this chest. Oh?
Here we go.
No! Hurley, don't!
Oh.
Oh my god. Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! Hurley! He's dead.
Never!
This is what is happening. Also, look at the hand size difference. Sorry.
Oh, Hurley!
Oh my god.
He has. Oh, he's such a. He's a switch.
What?
I told you not to open it!
What I would give to be Mikotoba right now.
So you found your voice now, Iris.
Ah!
In other words, what just happened clearly reveals the truth here. Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is...
This is somewhat different to the usual dance of deduction you perform, Mr. Sholmes. He's good.
Well, he's left me alone on the ballroom floor, so I'm gonna have to dance this next part solo. Anyway, I need to get to the bottom of this for my own peace of mind. Now then, Iris isn't usually the silent type, so...
You mean you don't actually know the answer yet? Beside that knowing point of the finger before?
Miss Susato, sometimes a man needs to point his finger first and think later.
Oh, well, if you say so. I think we better examine Iris more closely and try to rescue the situation then.
Hi, Iris. Oh, oi, oi, ooh, 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 ooh. What? Oh, the key. Even the key is in the shape of a heart. Also, the bunny shows in the bear, Iris. Oh, whenever I see it, it's just animals. That's the key. That's the key she's holding. Look, I'm sure that wasn't in her hands before, was it?
No, you're quite right. It appeared as if by magic.
That's strange. A big old iron key. Where did it materialize from? I just want to like appreciate her design while I'm here. We don't usually see the back of her. So many hearts in her design.
Oh,
Also, look at the little guys.
can we- No, it's just knapsack.
Yeah. For some reason, the knapsack is really standing out as suspicious to me today.
Oh,
Girl.
is it?
It's quite sizable enough for a sizable secret, that's what I say.
Perhaps it is, but we certainly can't open it up to look inside without Iris's permission.
No, you're right. Who knows when might pop out and punch us.
Real.
Take that!
Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is the key behind your back.
Ah!
When Mr. Sholmes was thrown into the air before... Just before you called out to try to stop him, you slipped something out of your mouth! Oh! I didn't actually notice that.
Me
That
neither.
something is the key now in your hands. No doubt the key to the chest.
You're so clever, Runo!
So now it becomes clear. Thanks to Mr. Sholmes' graphic demonstration, we can well imagine what happened here.
But
Professor Mikatoba also opened that metal chest only to be punched into the air and land sprawled on the settee.
But wait! That doesn't explain all the facts! What about the stylish scarf? And the cup of tea? And above all, why would he be wearing Kazuma-sama's mask?
Well, for those curious details, I can think of only one explanation. Clearly an unbelievable miracle took place in this room. Isn't that right, Iris? Consider how the room was arranged before this whole painful experience took place. When Professor Mikatoba opened the chest, completely unaware of what awaited him inside, the mask was flung into the air just as he was, only to land neatly on his face when it fell back down. And the teacup's journey through the air ended when it caught on the... I don't think that was the case. My deduction is that they were already like off the chest and Iris just put them on him afterwards.
You mean to say the stylish scarf?
Is actually just a tablecloth. This is a great detective's office after all, a place of miraculous deductions. Yeah! Yeah!
That's
Would
so cute.
would you expect anything less?
She's like, oh shit, I'm in this too.
Yes, you're right. It happened exactly as you said.
What in the
Brilliant,
Rube
Runo.
Goldberg?
Thus concludes Ryunosuke's great deduction of this punchy puzzle. Oh, you know the way like Kazuma is a barracks apprentice? He's so Sholmes' apprentice. Oh.
Yeah.
So then, why don't I make a fresh pot of tea for us all?
Objection!
Objection! An admirable performance, Mr. Naruhodo. But in the final act of the show there, you rather missed everything of importance.
I'm very happy right now. I love how we have these repeated like themes and gameplays, but like there's like changes. I love it. Mr. Sholmes.
If you would cast your mind back to my earlier deduction. Iris, clearly you're hiding a great secret.
Ah!
She is? From the look on her face. Mr. Sholmes must be right. Oh, look, it's this poke again. Whatever that great secret is, the cat isn't out of the bag yet.
So I put it to you again. Ah. Don't think you was going with that coffee cup.
It's really.
That's interesting. We even had like the conclusion, but it didn't actually end. It was a fake out.
Yeah. Ah!
It really is a shame about
love
Mr.
this.
Sholmes's cup.
It must have been smashed when Professor Mikotoba opened the chest.
Oh dear, so many things seem to have been broken here.
But now that the deduction has taken a different direction, Iris doesn't seem to be trying to hide the broken cup anymore.
In other words, her great secret is something else.
Let's put our observational skills to work.
What's she looking at?
What
What's she trying to hide?
What you trying to?
The knapsack.
The coffee cup? Oh!
Oh.
Look at that! There seems to be more papers here. Is Iris trying to hide them underneath the tray?
The insignia, Mr. Naruhodo, it's an official Scotland Yard document.
What? But why would Iris have? We must ask her. An official Scotland Yard document. Interesting that it specifically says case file.
Take that!
Interesting.
You were attempting to abscond with that case file.
Iris, as you know very well, nothing escapes the attention of a great detective.
Oh no!
Except they kind of did.
We visited Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory earlier today. Oh, look at this framing! And Dr.
Oh,
Goring
shit.
informed us that the autopsy report of Clint Van Zieks had gone missing.
Clint Van Zieks. Yes, I do seem to recall that some years ago I asked to see the report in question. You were with me, weren't you, Iris?
You mean it was you, Iris? So those papers you have there are... I'm sorry.
Oh.
Forgive me!
Oh, little baby! What happened?
Well, we had our conclusion after all.
Yippee.
Yippee!
But at what cost? Iris is crying. In truth, I would like to have thought I could have predicted the booby-trapped chest. Booby. But it caught me completely off guard. I was very nearly the late consulting detective Herlock Sholmes.
Oh, I'm sorry, Hurley.
So you mean this autopsy report really is...
Yes, I took it from the lab, even though I knew it was very important. Was there something in it that troubled you, Iris? Not exactly something that troubled me.
Oh, because her dad worked on it.
Something I'd been looking for. When I saw this report, when I saw the writing in it, I knew it was Daddy's.
The writing?
Your father's writing? What do you really mean?
Iris? It must be something that's hard for her to talk about.
Forgive me for interrupting, my dear fellows.
Mr. Sholmes, what is it?
I feel as though the poor unconscious gentleman on the settee has been somewhat forgotten.
Ah, Father!
Perhaps we should find our guest somewhere more peaceful to rest. Mr. Naruhodo,
Yes?
would you be so kind as to lend him your bed? We must do our very best to make him comfortable, I feel.
Yeah, my bed. No one else's. Oh, yes, of course. I'll
Yes,
help you
your
carry
bed.
him up.
So will I.
No, I can manage alone, thank you. You have tea to enjoy. We wouldn't want Iris's brew to stew. Woman. Ah, double woman!
Because there's no better way to make the professor comfortable than dragging him upstairs like a trunk. I wonder, perhaps that was deliberate. Maybe Mr. Sholmes is making himself scarce to give Iris the chance to talk more freely.
We must use this opportunity to talk with Iris. And find out what's going on.
What's going on?
Would you like to tell us about it, Iris? About your father?
I'm sure I told you before, didn't I? That Daddy used to be Hurley's partner.
The polycule.
Yes, and the notes about all the cases they solved together are kept inside that metal chest. That's right. Hurley told me, you see. He said that Daddy's somewhere far away now, so we can't meet.
That's one
Well.
way of describing it. That's fucked up.
Then, when I secretly unlocked this chest and read through the papers inside, I started to build up a picture in my head of what Daddy must be like.
Well, that's only natural. What's with this game and absent fathers? Jesus fucking Christ.
You're just like any other girl your age. I read that Daddy was a professor. I'm just a girl. I read that Daddy was a professor of medical science, so I studied and took my degree too.
Well, that's only natural, I suppose.
In that respect, you're not quite like any other girl your age, though. But there was one thing I could never find out. Daddy's name.
Oh,
His name wasn't anywhere on the notes that he'd made about his work with Hurley. But then one day,
that's what happened, is it? When you saw this autopsy report, you finally managed to work it out. Is that right?
yes,
So it was the handwriting in the report that caught her eye.
when I saw the writing on that report, I could hardly believe it. I know that handwriting, I thought to myself.
Because it was the same as the writing you'd seen on your father's case notes.
Exactly. I was desperate to compare the two properly. I needed to see them side by side. I asked the doctor in the laboratory, but I was told I couldn't take the report away. And even worse, I was told that was the first and last time we'd be allowed to even look at it in there.
So you decided to steal it.
I'm just a girl!
Yoink.
When I compared the autopsy report with the case notes I had here, there was no doubt. The handwriting was exactly the same. It was Daddy's.
And the signature of the coroner at the bottom of the autopsy report read Dr. John H. Wilson.
So that's how I finally found out. I learned Daddy's name at last.
I see.
Ever since then, I called myself Iris Wilson. And that's also when I had the brilliant idea of writing stories all about Daddy's exciting times with Hurley. I decided there and then I'd write the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes.
Oh, Iris. I had no idea the stories had such a deep significance to you. I can see why the autopsy report was so important to her now. And why she was prepared to break the law to get her hands on it.
I must apologize.
It's either
Iris.
Mikotoba or Sholmes, but it's not me.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Serious Sholmes.
Ha! This is really all my fault.
Hurley?
I made a promise, you see, that until the time was right, I'd keep the details about your father a secret.
I know. I've been very naughty. I'll take the autopsy report back to Dr. Gory and apologize, I promise. If I say sorry, then I won't be arrested.
Yes. Yes. We'll go together, I think.
Then let me look after it for you until we get there.
Clint's autopsy report has been entered into the court record.
Thank you, Elwoods.
I must go and water my herbs, I think. I'll see you all later. Girl.
Poor Iris. She must be feeling awful. I know Mr. Sholmes is here for her. Oh wait, so is it implied that... Hold on. Let me actually see the autopsy report first.
Yeah.
Clint Van Zeeks, time of death. Death from a
33,
stab
you
wound.
should have been at the club. Wait.
Interesting.
Death from a single stab wound to the heart. Other superficial external wounds indicative of a duel.
Scarlet ink
Stains
stains
on the
visible
little
on
and
the
ring-
little and ring fingers, but no document in ink was found.
Vital evidence recovered from the victim's stomach during autopsy. Credit to Inspector Gregson for petitioning so doggedly for the autopsy report. No internal trauma noted anywhere in the body.
John H.
Something
Wilson.
in his stomach.
Vital evidence that points to the professor? That's... Huh?
From the stomach?
But also...
31st of May between 9 p.m.
So, I'm wondering, does Iris know that Wilson is dead, or is she just sad because she's in trouble? Because Sholmes said something about, like, it's my fault, I wanted to protect you from the truth. But, like, what truth exactly are they referring to about the father?
She might know. She might know her daddy did.
Maybe. I just wanted... They just didn't explicitly say it, so I'm just wondering.
Yeah.
Ah! What?
Oh, hey.
How? What's the meaning of this, Mr. Sholmes?
Mr. Sholmes?
Oh, dear me. So, you've noticed, I see.
But that would mean...
What on earth's the matter, Mr. Zato? You've turned as white as a sheet.
We looked at it too, what the fuck?
It's this autopsy report, Mr. Naruhodo. The one from 10 years ago. The writing isn't Dr. Wilson's at all.
Huh? What do you mean?
Okay.
How could you possibly know that?
Because I know this writing very well. This writing, it's my father's.
What? Professor Migatoba's? Dude, Migatoba's super sus. It's
Indeed, it's true.
both Mikatoba and Strongheart are like weirdly intertwined in all this.
There is something going on. And now you know, my dear fellows.
No, I don't know anything. What on earth does it all mean, Mr. Sholmes? Because the idea that's slowly forming in my mind, it's just too extraordinary to believe. Please, you have to explain. Explain! Now!
I will.
This autopsy report was actually penned by Mikatoba then. But that makes no sense. It's not possible, surely?
Not possible? My dear fellow, pray, take a deep breath and think again.
Yes, you're right. In some ways, it actually makes a great deal of sense.
It does? I'm with you, Ryunosuke.
10 years ago is when Father returned to Japan after his extended study tour in Britain.
And prior to his return, where was Dr. Mikatoba engaged?
Oh, of course. He was an assistant in Dr. Wilson's laboratory, learning about forensic science.
And as an assistant, he would have aided with the dissection work, making detailed notes, which would be assembled into the full autopsy report.
Once the work was complete, the head coroner would check the contents and put his signature on the document.
In other words, the only writing of Dr. Wilson's in the report would be his signature at the end.
I see. So Iris got the wrong end of the stick, you mean? She saw that and assumed the whole report had been written by Dr. John H. Wilson.
Which is very understandable, of course.
What a complicated situation. The details of the Clint's autopsy report have been updated in the court record. It's signed by Dr. Wilson.
Thank you, Elwoods.
Who carried out the procedure. The Professor Mikatoba actually penned the report. But didn't she say she recognized his handwriting, though? Thinking about it, most of what we now know about you, Mr. Sholmes, come from the published stories of your exploits.
Yes, The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, written by Iris.
British silence.
And we really have no way of knowing what's fact and what's fiction.
Most troubling for you, my dear fellow, I'm sure.
So what about this supposed partner of yours? Did he really exist or not?
Was your boyfriend real, or did he go to another school?
Ah, you've come straight to the point, I see.
And please come straight to the answer.
Well, I can't exactly come straight to the answer, but, you know. Anyway, I
Comes
believe Iris
bisexually.
explained it in one of her I can come bisexually into the answer. He was a trusted comrade, and the only person I could truly have called a friend.
And did this partner of yours truly make a record of all your cases? Are his notes really stored inside that metal chest?
Absolutely, my dear madam. Absolutely.
So, where's your partner now?
We rarely met. We rarely meet. What? Ah. You see, he lives on the other side of the world.
But if this autopsy report and the records of all your old cases were penned by the same hands, and if the autopsy report was written, not signed, by your famous... Are you fucking Susato's dad, Mr. Sholmes?
Perhaps.
There would be
I'm
only
part of
one
the
logical
molecule.
conclusion. Damn, the him landing on top of Mikatoba after the punch was foreshadowing.
Oh shit! Pray, impress me.
Your partner would have to be Yujin Mikatoba. In other words, Miss Susato's father.
British silence. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo,
Yes?
you are coming along wonderfully. You've hit upon the method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction.
You mean to say...
Allow me to introduce you. Nope. To my great friend and partner, Mikatoba. Hello.
Professor I want to like look back at the
awake now.
you know, the Sherlock Holmes and Watson prologues. Was Watson always wearing like a hat? I wonder if that was foreshadowing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he
Foreshadowing.
was always wearing like a little bowler hat type thing.
Yeah.
Like what Mikatoba is wearing. Oh, that's sick.
Professor Mikatoba.
Everyone is so intricately aligned with each other.
Does that mean that you're the real Dr. Wilson?
No, my dear. I'm still my old self, Yujin Mikatoba, your father.
Of course.
This is obviously too much for Susato-san to take in.
I must say, though, how my old friend has attained worldwide celebrity as a great mystery solver is the greatest mystery of all. I still remember the first time we met. Ah, pray remind me. When was it again, Miss Mikatoba? 16 years ago, Sholmes.
Ah, yes, quite. 16 years ago. I just arrived from Japan with Seshiro and Genshin. I was in search of lodgings close to the hospital, so comfortable rooms at a reasonable price. But rents are devilishly high in that particular area. That's right. So I decided I needed someone to share lodgings and the expense. Was fortunate enough to be introduced to Sholmes, who found himself in a similar situation. I was a callow fellow back then, a mere shadow of the great detective you see before you now. I was working at the hospital's chemical laboratory at the time, indulging my curiosities for little gain.
Oh my, I mean, we know this already, but like Sholmes is a science king? Okay.
And the situation of our cohabitation led to us pursuing cases together, you see. Hard to believe. It was a mere 6 years. We had a great many adventures. But in the last year of Mikitoba's stay in Britain, that most infamous of cases presented itself. A case with which you've become rather familiar with yourselves, the Professor killings. After the trial, Seshiro and I were summoned back home.
Hardly surprising, given the circumstances.
So there you have it. And as you know, all the details recorded by my trusty chronicler remain in that metal chest. I'm amazed how I pulled that out.
This is, yeah, you were talking to yourself pretty consistently. Good job.
This is just amazing! Professor Mikitoba really is Mr. Sholmes' famous partner.
I got to be part of the polycule.
Father...
Goodness, my dear, what a cutting look.
As your daughter, I am very proud to learn that you are the great detective's great partner. But nevertheless, there's another mystery I really must ask you to explain now.
And that is...
You know very well what it is. The unresolved matter of Iris's father!
Oh, of course. I almost forgotten about that one.
She might actually be your little sister. Japanese silence. I should have seen this coming, I suppose.
Erp.
Iris told us that although all the notes...
You know, I was like, when I think about it, I always thought that Iris's like flower motifs were making her a parallel of Susato, but like in England world, because Susato has the sakuras and Iris has the little blossoms.
Yeah.
Were written by her father. Isn't that correct, Mr. Sholmes?
That is indeed what I told young Iris. Not saying if it was correct.
But if you're Mr. Sholmes' partner, father, and you wrote all those case notes, then Iris's father must be you.
Oh. British silence. Upon my word, Miss Susato. You are coming along wonderfully as well. You too have hit upon the method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction. Oh shit! What?
What you've always told me, father, is that my mother died when I was born 16 years ago, and you left me in grandmother's care while you embarked on your study tour of Britain. And I've always accepted that. But all this about Iris...
Oh, there it is. Susato-san's ice cold stare.
No, now hold on a minute. It was very complicated. I mean, it's really not what you think.
Then perhaps you'd like to explain exactly what it is?
There it is. Now the eyes go from ice cold to red hot just before she...
No, really, you've got the wrong end of the sticks. Sholmes, say something, man! Something, man! That's quite enough, my fiery fellows.
Mr. Sholmes, when did he get all dressed up? The dressed up. I like how the dress, technically, it's probably him transitioning from the casual to the formal, but for us, it's just him wearing the mask. Oh, wow, Sholmes, you really took the time to dress up. Whoa.
Oh, wow. Whilst I don't like to interrupt this exciting exploration of the past, Mikitoba and I have an urgent matter that requires a short excursion.
But it's very late, Mr. Sholmes. Where must you go?
Why, my dear madam, is that not obvious? My partner and I must pursue our natural enemies. So, get your coat, Mikitoba. The game is afoot. But, Sholmes, I really must give Susato a full explanation, I think. Later, my dear fellow, later. Our carriage awaits downstairs already. Japanese silence. You haven't changed one iota, have you? I mean, really. I visit our home after 10 long years. And when I open that chest in a fit of nostalgia, I quite inexplicably pass out.
He says our home. Oh, they're so
Oh,
dads.
Ah! The polykill! And as if that wasn't enough, when I eventually regain consciousness, I'm plunged straight into all this.
Father, please. Go with Mr. Sholmes now.
Well, go with Mr. Sholmes before I do a Susato takedown
I
on
have
you.
no doubt that whatever happened, you are acting in everyone's best interests. That is the only mindset that's keeping my hands from taking you down right now. I trust you
Really?
completely.
Susato.
And sending the great detective and his great partner off on renewed adventures together is more than I could have hoped for in my wildest dreams.
Japanese silence. Very well then. We'll speak again later. So, I believe your own work is done for the day. I wish you the best of luck tomorrow. Yes, Naruhodo. Good luck in battle, and in reaching a decision.
Sorry to point this out. It's a little gay. Is his little napkin here the exact same color of Sholmes's little outfit? Like the exact same color. Almost
Hold
nearly.
hold on.
It might be like Susato's kimono pink, but it's pretty close. I think it's slightly warmer actually. It's more of a pink. Well, this has more of like a purple tone, but it's pretty close.
Let me see if I can pick screen color. That. And then edit, hide windows and pick screen color. This. No, it is slightly different.
Yeah, I could tell. But when you look at it side by side, it's like, damn.
Oh, one sec.
A decision about whether to go back to Japan, I suppose.
So much happened
Oh,
that day
voice
that
acting.
I barely knew what to do with myself.
Is this the end of the 4th chapter?
It would only be later that I'd come to realize how amidst the chaos I'd unleashed were all the clues I needed to finally unearth the truth, and that all the turmoil was necessary to give me the resolve to see everything through.
The Great Ace Attorney Resolve!
The resolve!
End?
Oh shit.
That's episode 4, baby!
Holy shit.
You know what? Let's do it here.
Oh.
14.
Anyway, but yeah, they are slightly different colors, and I accidentally locked my mother out of
The house?
like entrance that she usually goes into.
No!
Not the house entirely. No, not the house entirely, but like the entrance that she usually goes into. So our house has technically 2 ways to get into it.
Mm-hmm.
You can get in like through the garage or through the front door. And my mom usually goes in through the garage, which leads into the kitchen. And there's another door in between there. And usually what we have in the garage is also like the recycling bins. And so probably what happened because I'm so used to when I go in there, I like unlock the door, open the door, put my recycling away, close the door, and lock it again. And so that's probably what I did out of just pure habit. And I just forgot that my mom wasn't home and would need to go in through the kitchen.
So did your
door.
mom like
That
bang
should
on the
be
door, or
unlocked.
did she text you, or what?
No, she got it. She just got into the front door
Oh, gotcha.
because that's still.
Oh, so look at that. The resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
It's time. Oh, final chapter.
It's cutscene time.
Holy shit! Here I come.
Oh, I guess not, actually.
It's not cutscene time.
Yeah, there was a cut
Simply
scene,
film.
alright. Sorry.
Okay,
Film
rip.
So the time's finally come. Today, we unravel everything. I'll be counting on your support more than ever today, Miss Susanoo. Look how happy you are.
You look so happy to do so.
Miss Susanoo?
Oh, ah!
Oh.
no!
One
What-
last Susanoo takedown.
What's the matter, Miss Naruhodo?
Nothing? I was just saying I'll be relying on your support today, but...
I'm so sorry, of course. I know it can be rather incompetent at times, but I shan't let you down.
Would you mind helping me to my feet, then?
Oh dear, I really am sorry.
Suzato-san isn't her usual self at all. But that's hardly surprising, I suppose. She just found out her father is the partner of a world-famous detective. Not to mention...
Good morning, sir.
Hi. Lord Van Zeeks.
Hey.
Thank you for all your efforts yesterday. Did I hear that correctly?
Oh shit.
What? Oh, nothing. Just, I hope we can clear things up today. I really can't make this man out. I'd make him out. Anyway, his face says, I hate you, but his words are almost jovial today. In fact, he hasn't been very Reaper-like at all since this all began yesterday.
Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper, Miss Naruhodo.
Good point. The Reaper? I suppose in hindsight, I shouldn't have allowed that misconception to go unchallenged. Huh? It was my tacit acceptance of that pseudonym.
Catholic guilt.
Oh wait! Hold on. Sorry. I just need to check something real quick. Remember Clint was stabbed in the heart? And where does Van Zeeks keep grabbing? His heart!
Oh my god.
My failure to stop the Reaper becoming something more than a mere legend. That led to all this.
But you're not to blame for that, Lord Van Zeeks.
It's only because serious crime in the capital dropped off so sharply when the public started calling you that. That's why you didn't say anything.
Testosterone kicked in for a little bit.
Yeah. To be frank, I'm not sure that was the sole reason. What do you mean? There was a rumor at the time that the Reaper was really the ghost of my late brother. His brother, Clint!
My brother, Clint.
That having been slain by the evil killer, Clint's restless spirit returned as some sort of demigod to wield the deadly blade of justice where I, by the dint of the law, could not. Yes, we've heard that story too. When I lost him, I felt as though I'd lost my guiding light. I didn't know where to go or what to do. And so, in some small way, I wonder if perhaps those rumors made me feel his absence a little less keenly. Oh, he's coping!
Oh.
Even if I knew it was just an illusion, just some nonsense conjured up by an over-imaginative public.
He was obviously extremely important to you. Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
Well, what's important now is uncovering the truth. That's all that matters. I know that you didn't take anyone's life. And I intend to prove that beyond the shadow of a doubt in court today. I never thought I'd say this, but I can see it in your eyes. That burning desire to cut through all the lies and deception. I can't deny it any longer. You are a lawyer of absolute integrity.
Thank you.
I can deny it no longer. I am small.
Oh, is that- wait. I'm trying to remember what that reference is. Is that Plankton from SpongeBob?
Plankton. Yeah.
I am small.
Like,
I'm
it's
trying to remember the
becoming
exact video.
increasingly obvious. I can deny it no longer. I am small.
I need to find that video. It's a good one. Now tell me, why do I detect the
You'll be talking
scent
to yourself.
of expensive tea leaves in the air?
Hey.
Oh, Iris, when did you get here? Oh, I did my Iris voice.
I brought you one of my special blends. Hurley loves it. He says it helps him clear his head.
I thank you.
Oh, hee.
That's surely the first and last time I'll ever see a sight like this. You all seem different today, Iris.
Oh,
Sort of subdued, I suppose.
I am not.
What happened yesterday is obviously still playing on her mind a lot. She's clearly very troubled about having stolen that autopsy report from Dr. Sai's laboratory.
Alright then, good luck to you both. I have to make a move now. Oh, you're not staying?
I thought you want to watch today's proceedings.
Well, I'd like to cheer you on, obviously. But I've got lots to get ready.
Get ready? For what?
Oh, yes. Would you take this?
Royal Wildfire. Royal Wildfire,
What the
where
fuck?
are you?
I'm here.
You're
Ah!
here! Here, take this, Bunny
I'm here.
Sholmes.
Beneath. I would like it.
Isn't that one of the felt dolls that's usually dangling from your knapsack?
Yes, it's a lucky charm. A little Hurley that I made once.
A Hurley? It looks more like a Hairley to me. Get it, Hairlock Sholmes?
Oh my god.
If for some reason you completely run out of options in the trial today, then just pull this little Hurley's ears as hard as you possibly can.
What?
Take his fucking head off.
Pull his ears?
That's right. It's a way to bring good luck. I think you might need it.
Iris's lucky charm has been entered into the court record.
Thank you, Elwoods.
You think what we'll need is luck? I just sneaked a peek inside the courtroom, and it seemed very different to normal.
Yes, it would seem that a certain someone has decided to pull out all the stops. What does that mean?
You'll see.
What about Mr. Sholmes, Iris? I don't know. He was out all night and he hadn't come home by the time I left this morning.
Oh, I see.
You miss out at the club.
Getting turned with Mikatoba. Was Professor Mikatoba out all night too, do you think, Susato?
Yes, it would seem so. I telegrammed the hotel this morning. And apparently they didn't come back to their rooms last night at all.
They?
Father and
Judge Jugo. Damn, the whole polycule is getting
Damn.
turned the fuck up.
The Polycule reunion.
Judge Jigoku too.
That's right. Nobody appears to have seen either of them since yesterday.
Counsel for the bailiff, counsel for the defense of the defendant. Court is about to shut up. Court is about to be in session. Please make our way inside the courtroom at once.
Someone named Square Tiller needs to be killed in the chat. Can you do the honor?
Kill.
Thank you.
Good luck then,
Dead.
Nuno. Good luck, Susie.
Yes. Thanks, Iris.
And you, Mr. Reaper. I hope it goes well.
Once again, I thank you for the delicious tea. This was very soothing.
Oh, I'm so glad. We must go inside now, Lord Van Zieks.
Lord Van Zieks has always been the formidable prosecutor I've always had to lock horns with in court. But not today. Today I battle with another in pursuit of the truth. My best friend, Kazuma Asogi, who I trust more than anyone else in the world? More than Susanoo? Damn, boy, you got it bad.
Yes.
Now even when Kazuma's being mysterious as shit, he's like, Kazuma, my best friend, I trust him more than anyone. Now I understand what it was that drew me here to Britain all those months ago. Now I know exactly what destiny had in store for me. It's all been leading up to this one day, to this one trial, to this one final reckoning. This is a very unusual chapter because we're starting with a trial, essentially.
Yeah.
It almost seems like the 5th chapter is just a 4th chapter part 2, which, you know, we were told in advance, but it is kind of odd when you think about it.
Whoa. Where did the judge go?
It feels even more oppressive here than it did yesterday. There are cold stares piercing me like knives from all sides today.
Ah! Mr. Naruhodo, look!
Lord Strongheart!
Wait! So you mean the last chapter was some of the last good gracious I was ever gonna get?
Wait a minute! Literally, as you were saying that, what you were saying hit me, and I'm like, that actually, I thought you were gonna say like a theory or some shit, but then you spoke the truth, and I was more shocked.
Fucked up and evil!
That is fucked up and evil. We won't get a single papu pipu.
No! Oh, and I have to voice this motherfucker the whole time? Jesus.
Kazuma must have known beforehand.
He's at the very, like, bottom of the barrel of my vocal cords. The ramifications of this trial now extend far beyond the murder of one Scotland Yard inspector. In fact, events have come to life that threaten to rock the very foundations of our country's legal system. The escape of a condemned criminal on the night of his execution, the subsequent unlawful shooting of the man, and the revelation that prison staff must have been complicit in the jailbreak. Britain is currently hosting influential members of the judiciary from countries all around the world. It is imperative that we uncover the truth in these proceedings to avoid international embarrassment. By royal decree, this will continue to be a closed trial.
Oh, hello.
Oh. And one over which I, male Strongheart, exercise total and unequivocal authority.
So, is that a unicorn? Was that,
yeah,
was
why
that
are you
always
a
a unicorn?
No. Oh.
That's frightening. The
I
six
don't like that.
the 6 jurors, like, even if the judge is kind of silly, at least he's sort of impartial. I feel like Strongheart's a little.
Yeah. Huh. As was the case in yesterday's proceedings, those here present in the public gallery are distinguished members of our own judiciary, assembled to bear witness to a fair judicial process.
In other words, a collection of your acolytes, Lord Strongheart.
British
Oh!
silence. On a personal note, I find this most distressing, Lord Van Zeeks. You were a prosecutor of exceptional talent. Much like your brother, Clint, in fact.
His brother Clint. Oh! So I don't know. You didn't hear this, but instead of the donk, it was a clang with a loud echo, like a metallic clang.
I'm so used to saying it like, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, in the stupid, silly British voice, but now I have to be normal. Ow!
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. For the trial of Barrick Von Zeeks, who officially stands accused of murder.
Ooh, the music is. This is new music. It's epic and it's swelling in its orchestra.
Ow! Fuck!
Counsels for the prosecution and defense, are you in full readiness to proceed?
The defense is ready, my lord.
As is the prosecution. Yesterday's proceedings brought to light a shocking and disturbing fact. There was a side to the victim, Inspector Tobias Gregson, that was unknown to his superiors at Scotland Yard. Yes, he was carrying out operations in secret, which Scotland Yard knew nothing about. And in those clandestine operations, he had an accomplice. Mr. Daily Vigil would be given the inspector's identification and present himself around the capital in order to establish credible alibis for Gregson. In that way, Gregson appeared to be carrying out his regular Scotland Yard work when in fact he wasn't. At the end of yesterday's session, Mr. Vigil, who had been suffering from amnesia, regained his memory. It would appear he buried his memories of the time deep inside himself as a means of self-preservation. Because whilst he was engaged as chief warder at Barclay Prison, he abetted the convict's escape. Mr. Vigil is currently recuperating at St. Sinners. He recovered enough to give a signed statement about his movements on the day prior to the incident. He's formally admitted to posing as Gregson whilst investigating the Red-Headed League. Which brings us to the crucial issue of the victim's time of death.
Which you tried to cover up, interestingly.
The defense yesterday proposed a suggestion that the victim may have been killed 1 day earlier. This was based largely on the discovery that the victim's pocket watch had not been wound. The prosecution has something to report on that subject, my lord. Really? Go ahead, Prosecutor Osogi. I met once again with the coroner yesterday to discuss the issue. She confirmed that the defense's suggestion could not be ruled out. It's entirely possible that Inspector Gregson was killed on 31st October, the day before his body was discovered. I have here an updated autopsy report that includes the amended details.
Updated autopsy.
Woo! But the official opinion of the investigation team was made clear yesterday. That the time of death was 5 p.m. on 1st November. Whoa. There are indications of an attempt to disguise the real time of death, however. It seems that the natural decaying process of the victim's body may have been slowed by keeping it chilled. That's out of the question. There are no refrigeration devices in that part of London large enough to accommodate a human corpse.
My lord, this is more than just conjecture. There's evidence to support the idea. We must investigate it thoroughly.
Very well. The court will accept the new report as evidence. However, if this updated report is deemed to be accurate, It would give renewed significance to the movements of the victim on the day before the Fresno Street incident. It would, yes. Especially since on that day, Inspector Gregson was using Mr. Vigil to cover up his real movements. It's conceivable that he was killed in the course of his secret activities. Do I sense that the prosecution has some information regarding those activities?
Damn, I'm here too, you know.
I'm about to say, like, I've just been yapping.
Scotland Yard put an enormous effort into investigating that precise matter yesterday. I think we should begin by presenting the results of that investigation
It's
work.
like it's like the roles have reversed, and whenever me and Cosmo are spitting some shit, and the judge is like, and what would that mean? Yes, but it's me now.
So, the prosecution calls its first witness now. Stop outlining my bird.
It was one line. One line.
It was still an outline. State your name and occupation for the court.
Inspector Gina Lestrade reporting, representative of Scotland Yard.
A self-conferred rank, but never mind.
Gina? Again?
What's
Gina.
the problem, Otto? What's with that Gina again? Look, eh? The boss meant the world to me. He done more than anyone ever else could.
Oh, Inspector Gregson, you mean?
He got me out the back slums of the East End and took me under his wing. Taught me that life can have a purpose. So that's why I'm the best person to be standing there speaking for him. Oh, Gina.
Right. I'll have the goodness of Gregson's heart. Not at all that he had his arm twisted by Mr. Sholmes, no.
What's relevant to these proceedings is that the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigations yesterday has revealed that the victim was carrying out some assignment the police knew nothing about. Very troubling.
That face. Lord Strongheart knew.
So, Inspector Lestrade, let's hear exactly what it says in that report.
Coming right up, sir. All yard detectives are supposed to follow orders and investigate what they're told. But a little search of the boss's office turned up a notebook that had a load of secret meetings in it. According to that, the boss was looking into some smuggled goods dealings that day. Looks like it was a big job and all, but the coppers weren't on in it yet. What matters most is there's witnesses what saw the Reaper at the place too.
Smuggled goods.
I don't know, do I? I'm just telling you what was written in the book.
Tobacco, tea, spices, medicines, goods of all sorts flow into London by illegal channels from across the globe. It's well known that they're disposed of at regular black markets that take place in the capital. But the police are rarely able to locate them in time.
So Inspector Gregson was investigating one of those black markets?
It's been suggested that high-ranking government officials may be involved in black market activity. No doubt Gregson was trying to avoid details of his investigations being leaked to the involving parties. That would explain why he was operating on his own authority, without the Yard's knowledge.
And do we know where the dealings were taking place at this time?
In a particular room of a certain exclusive London gentleman's club. And on the day in question, the accused is known to have been there. That's the conclusion of Scotland Yard's investigation into the matter.
When they say gentleman's club, do they mean
Yeah.
like a... And Barrick was there? That's my question.
Yup.
That, like, I'm attracted to him, but I don't
Interesting.
think that penis works. Anyway, we haven't heard anything about this.
Members of the club have testified to it. Damn, he really was at the club.
Damn.
There's no question. The accused, Barrick von Zeeks, was present.
When I said Barrick, how old is
Let's take a look.
Isn't he? He's 33.
And 10 years ago, he was 23.
That's true. Sorry, I still ship these two, so like the fact that they're so close in age is like, oh my god, it's meant to be. Anyway.
Oh my god.
That would be very significant testimony then.
Oh my! But Lord Van Zeeks has made no mention of this at all.
In short, Lord Van Zeeks had ample opportunity to murder. Very well then. Counsel for the defense, begin your cross-examination.
I don't like him looking angry at me.
I don't like him.
Take
I
your
suddenly
jacket
don't
off.
like male Lord.
Anyway.
Hold it!
If you're gonna be up there, you might as well
Oh,
show some skin. Anyway. So you follow orders, do you, Gina? Oh my god, Eldritch, hi! Hello, Eldritch! We just started chapter 3,
Hey!
5. Well, I'd say 3. But yes, we are at the very, very beginning of chapter 5.
Nah, not me. I'm above all that, see?
Oh,
yeah, it was mini golf.
I'm in the car. Eldritch is always locked in for our streams, which I love them for.
The boss always had special orders
I'm
for
in
me.
me mum's car.
I'm in me mum's car. Broom broom.
Get out of my car!
Oh.
Oh, Mom.
Grab us some fish and chips, or go give Toby his grub. That kind of thing.
So errands more than orders then.
This detective is still an apprentice after all.
Yeah, well, this apprentice ain't want to sit around and wait to be told what to do, even by the boss. That's why I've been doing my own investigations into what happened. I didn't find much at first.
But a little search of the boss. Notebook.
Hold it!
Alright. So you went through Inspector Gregson's things?
Yup, as a part of the independent Lestrade investigations.
I'm sure your superiors would be delighted that you're taking the initiative.
So I snuck into his office when no one else was about. Cause if anyone at the yard had seen me going in there, they'd have turfed me straight out into the street.
This is sounding less and less like an investigation, and more like something else. Yes, Rain, gay lawyer streams are going.
Understands. We're going. The prosecution understands that it was this very detective who discovered the notebook.
You got that right. Nothing gets past Inspector Lestrade and a trusty assistant, Chief Inspector Toby. We found it hidden in one of his desk drawers. That had a false bottom.
Also, Eldritch says, what did you think about the reveal at the end of chapter 4?
Oh my god.
When it comes to him being Iris's father, I'm like, I don't think that's it. When it comes to him being Sholmes's assistant, like we said before, like the fact that he is wearing a bowler hat, and whenever like Watson or Wilson is depicted in the prologues, he's always wearing the hat. So I'm like, there's like little things where I'm like, okay, I see what you did there. But
there is the fact that Sholmes never explicitly said, because Susato said like, okay, so if the person who wrote the notes was your assistant, and the assistant is Iris's father, then that would mean that Mikatoba is her father.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, that is
what I told her
Iris.
then.
He didn't say yes.
Mm-hmm. That's
very important.
Yes. The world does suffer from characters that have prior relation through other characters miraculously crossing paths. I mean, true, Eldritch, but also I kind of understand it because of the nature of the genre, and that there are only so many characters and sprites you can create before they all become relevant in other things in one way or another. But also making connections is fun because it allows you to expand upon existing characters. Yippee! That's impressive.
So then I went to hide myself when no one could find me so I could have a butcher's at what was written in it. because if anyone at the yard had found me out, they'd have turfed me straight out to the street. Huh. I've given it and now, though, don't I? And if it weren't for me, it would never have been found.
Good job, Gina. Very cool.
Very cool.
Hold it!
I like that she's still a little fucking klepto. Do you have any idea
love
where those
her.
dealings were taking place?
Never changed, Gina.
Yep. It was all there in the boss's notes. Let's see if I can remember.
As I already said, the illegal dealings were due to take place at a gentleman's club.
Yes, I remember, but I was hoping to find out the name of the club.
Why? You trying to go there? That won't be necessary.
What?
It's conceivable that the club might be used again by the smugglers in future. Therefore, the prosecution has been asked not to reveal the name in these proceedings.
I get it, I guess. I don't know what the fuss is all about. It's right here. All I've got to do is read it out. And I could too. I got this reading game buttoned up now. I'm Gina, I'm
She can read
17, and I do know how to read. Can I show you what I can do? Go on, what's the
The judge hasn't signaled his objection yet. I could try to find out. What should I do? Ooh, this is interesting actually. I'm gonna save.
Ooh.
I think there is
Interesting.
some merit in what Kazuma is saying, that in order the club that was being investigated should be kept secret, because ultimately we didn't go there, we don't know of any club. It's not like game-wise it will be significant. But the fact that this is an
Plus,
option
there
is
is the
interesting.
fact that the illegal smugglings are being done internally by someone in the judiciary, and all of the members of the judiciary are here. So, if the thing is said, then it'll be like, oh, well, they found us. Let's move.
Yeah, it might mess up the investigation because they may be more on their guard and be like, oh, well, we can't do that anymore. And they lost their lead, essentially. I've always pressed insist on these. I'm gonna see what happens if I press wait and see. Because I think our arguments are more in favor of this. Even though gameplay-wise, this is usually the right answer. I just want to see what happens.
Taking the back seat.
Gina's only learned how to read. There's a good chance she might... What the hell, Ryunosuke? She might mix up the letters P and Q? That's a terrible reason!
That's enough of your cheek, Otto. I'm way past E now. I got all the way to V.
Just to err on the side of caution, the defense will wait until the witness can read all the letters up to Z.
In that case, let's get back to the witness's testimony, shall we?
I'm really glad we got that dialogue, but now I'm thinking that we should actually do that.
And now we're going back.
Yes.
To the way back.
Because the reason that we came up with it were not what he said. This is a closed court. The proceedings are confidential. There shouldn't be any possibility of the information being leaked.
As I explained, there is some possibility of politicians being involved in this affair. The prosecution is rightfully exercising caution, I imagine.
Eldritch says, I don't recall what other info you learned from the end of chapter 4, fill me in, and why is Lord Strongheart the judge? So what we learned basically throughout this whole stream is that we visited Kazuma, basically reiterated the fact that Kazuma was told that his father died in Japan, but he got a letter saying, hey, fuck your dad, I know what he did, he killed people, and Kazuma was like, I have to go to Britain to confirm this, and like, you know, went over his whole backstory.
Fuck your dad, fuck you.
Fuck your dad. Fuck you. I'm from Jersey for some reason.
Anyway, and so we visited the fucking vigil, a daily vigil guy. He confirmed that he didn't help anyone, but he did see that Kazuma's father was writing something that was essentially his will, and which was weird because he shouldn't have been allowed to have any writing implements. And apparently he, like, when he was the guard, the whatever paper was there had disappeared. And so then we visited, what is it, Colton? Colton?
Caden.
Caden, yeah. We visited Caden, who revealed that, yes, they were aware that he'd written something, but they had the paper. And so we have the paper and evidence, which basically just says, I, Genshin Asogi, leave everything to Kazuma, my child. I'm sad that this has to happen this way, but I have no regrets. That's essentially what his last will and testament says. And so, second to last thing we did is we discussed the previous autopsy report of Gregson and how the time of death was missing. So we went to the coroner, Maria Gory, which is a Cornyside's daughter, and talked to her and be like, hey, why was the time of death missing? And she said, because I was told that the time of death should be, when the gunshot went off, which is what they thought at the beginning. But I knew that there was a possibility, but I was told to discard that possibility by Lord Strongheart. So basically, I just put in undetermined because that's the best way I could reconcile those. And then we went to, we never actually saw this, but we went to the crime scene and saw Gina, who had the pupper with her, and we saw that she had like an old green briefcase that belonged to Gregson. And so we were investigating that, and then whatever, attacked by dog. And then we went back to Sholmes' suite, and that's when we got the dance of deduction with Iris and a unconscious Mikotoba, who was knocked out because the chest that they opened had a little cartoonish fist in there that knocked him out. And Iris essentially, a long time ago, stole an autopsy report that was written by Dr. Wilson, her father, because it had his signature in it. And the reveal that led to, the fact that the handwriting was actually, as Susato pointed out, it was her father's, leading to the reveal that Sholmes' assistant was actually Mikotoba, not Wilson. I can't believe I remembered all that.
Me too.
Eldritch saying,
I'm
fuck your mum.
amazed.
Oh, this Calypso's fucking minging. It fuck your dad's fucking minging.
I love that video, by the way.
Calypso.
Yeah, baby.
Anyway, I think Strongheart is the judge because, I forgot.
We don't exactly know the reason why exactly Strongheart is the judge for this one, but we have the idea.
We have
that
ideas,
it's
and-
so that
and-
he can control
so-
the outcome of it.
At the beginning, right before we entered the courtroom, Barrick said something along the lines of like how there's a different vibe in there, and that must be because someone is like really like getting serious about this. And he didn't elaborate on who that someone was, and at the time I assumed it was Lord Strongheart because he seems to have a pretty strong grasp over a lot of things. And also we saw a slight scene with Strongheart and Kazuma where Strongheart was saying like, hey, I know you're all interested in like the professor case, but you gotta stop pursuing that. This is about Gregson. So a little bit of more interference from Strongheart. Yeah, it seems that basically him being the judge is him exercising authority and also, again, interfering with the trial in a more direct way this time.
Mm-hmm. Japanese silence. No, my lord. The prosecution has no objection.
Kazuma?
There's no question that Inspector Gregson was looking into these black market dealings. However, it's not yet been established that he was on that one particular trail on the day in question. If the defense requires to know the club's name, the prosecution has no intention of being obstructive.
The Fit Bird Club. I don't know, what's British slang for like a whore?
Right then. I get to show off me reading skills.
Yay, Gina!
Apparently, the smuggler's good deal was about to happen at the gentleman's club called the Grouse.
That's a character from Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword.
Hold it!
Oh wait, no, that's Groose. Never mind. The Grouse? What sort of club is that?
I ain't got the foggiest. Clubs ain't exactly my thing. But I am kind of curious.
There are not places where a foreign student like you would be readily admitted.
Have you looked into a mirror recently?
I tell
No.
you what, me and Chief Inspector Toby could go in there undercover. Could you though? I
No.
could pick out a few good marks and see what else I could find out while I'm in there.
I really don't think you should go picking out anything. Anyway, that's where these black market dealings were going to take place, is it?
Yeah, it's gotta be. That's what the lower ranking detectives at the yard reckon.
Says the even lower ranking detective. Damn, fucking chill. Alright, well, we got. This is new, but. Whatever. Let's just keep pressing. And then we can look at evidence.
Is that the
Excuse me. So, how had Inspector Gregson come to find out about it in that case?
That's the question, ain't it? But I'm just an apprentice, so?
And why didn't he inform Scotland Yard of his findings?
Yeah, that's what I was asking myself. Cause, you know, I'm just an apprentice.
When it suits you, yes.
I'm just an apprentice.
I'm just a girl.
I'm just a girl.
Apprentice. Anyway, the point is, something went out about that club, no question.
You can't say that for certain, though, surely.
My name ain't Shirley.
What matters most is his witnesses were saw the Reaper at the place too.
Hold it!
He was
I'm just imagining the Reaper doing the gritty or some shit. Lord Van Zeeks was at the club!
Hey, yo. He was. He was busting it down, sexual style. Detectives who visited the club yesterday to make inquiries have confirmed it.
Hey, yo! For some reason, I'm imagining him... You know that clip from American Dad where Stan is like, you know, mo-capping and he starts like busting his ass to like a song? I'm imagining that but with Barrick.
Several members report having seen the accused being admitted to the room in question as a guest.
It looks like there's no disputing that he was there then. Busting it up, sexual style.
Well, we know that Lord Van
yeah.
Dix was investigating Inspector Gregson, don't we? Perhaps you'd already discovered the inspector's secret notebook.
Which led him to the club, you mean? Maybe. Presumably then, there are also eyewitnesses who can testify that Gregson was there.
Japanese silence. None have been identified at this time, no.
So the all-important victim wasn't seen at this mysterious club.
Or why aren't you asking Inspector Lestrade, eh?
Interesting. Pressing is not the answer. That's all I've got to work with. Gina's not holding back with that ice-cold stare of hers, is she?
I really don't know what to make of all this.
Lord Van Zeeks told us he was investigating Inspector Gregson, but he never once mentioned that he met the Inspector Gregson in the club on the day before the incident.
You don't think Lord Van Zeeks could have been lying to us, do you?
That's not the only way to explain this.
Oh!
I have a theory. You know how Inspector Gregson was like, I'm hiring a proxy to go around saying, that I'm here? I think that Lord Van Zeeks also hired a proxy while he was doing investigative things. So someone who looks not like him but has his badge or some shit was at the club busting it down sexual style. Oh, that's definitely not the case, but it would be funny.
That'd be so fucking funny.
You mean there are details we've yet to uncover?
Exactly. A clue, perhaps, that even Gina hasn't noticed. There's something we should be looking for. Actually, I was going to say, if the Gregson's journal is in evidence...
It's not.
It's not. Oh! But his trunk is...
Greg's trunk.
What's the junk in your trunk, Gregson?
Let's have a look inside.
Dink, dink.
Oh! Important. Many things. Holy shit.
Look, there's something inside.
Ooh, let's see. It appears to be a passport authorizing him to travel overseas.
Was Inspector Gregson about to go on a trip abroad then? I mean, technically, any country that's not England is overseas because England is an island. When you think about it, I mean, like the British Isles and all that.
Perhaps the date of departure might tell us
Yeah.
something. That was... Oh!
What is it?
It was for travel on 31st of October, just one day before the incident.
What?
Hmm.
Passport.
Hmm.
So why would he be at the club if he was going to travel to France? He went to France the day before his body was discovered. Anything else?
You
We're
can
good?
go fucking nowhere.
I think we're good.
I guess that's
No,
it.
nothing else? No.
It's like a scratch on the. Oh. Hello, blood.
Look at this dark stain here. Do you think?
I'm afraid so. I think it's blood.
I knew you were gonna say that. So that presumably means
This was present at the scene where Inspector Gregson was killed. It's the most logical conclusion, yes.
to think Gina's been carrying this around with her. Damn, no wonder the dog smelt the thing if it's his blood.
Yeah.
You don't know any better. I suppose it looks like a grease stain from all the fish and what
It
red
truly
hot
does
grease
not.
stain. Why is it whenever they see
There's
an
also a
obvious dark
scratch
red
over there.
stain, they're like, could it be? Like, what else could it be, guys? Ketchup? Have you seen this huge gash over the side of the trunk here? It's gone right through the leather and into the metal behind.
Gosh, for a metal chest like this to have been so badly damaged. Whatever made the gash but have struck the side of it with considerable force.
I wonder how it happened. You're not gonna add it into the notes? Jeez. Okay. You really like to pick and choose, Naruhodo.
Not important.
Alright. Clint's autopsy. Important!
Yeah, that's not
Ooh,
important.
dang it. I wanted to do an upskirt,
No.
but whatever.
Damn it.
Give
Oh,
the ears a
oh,
little
right there.
tug. The ear.
What a charming little rabbity version of Mr. Sholmes! Do you suppose this is how Iris sees him? Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Your eyes are veritably boring into this poor doll's ears.
Oh, sorry, I was just
Hey.
wondering. What do you suppose would happen if I were to tug its ears with all my might right now?
I'm sure that we'll find out when the time is right. To become a proper gentleman, you really must learn stoic patience.
But I wanna know! Come on! Oh my god, his belt is a button.
Please.
Shut up.
Oh, that's so cute.
Oh. For some reason, I love that it's the Japanese like kind of tired face with the sleepy eyes.
He's sleepy.
Ichigo. Okay. All right. Passport. Within one date of departure within 1 week from 31st October. Is that before or after? Because I'm thinking
After.
before.
Within 1 week from 31st of October.
Is that after?
So, yeah, I think that's after.
Okay. Purpose of travel, police business, permission for the applicant, and one additional poison.
That
When he talked about
That's-
France
that's-
before, did
that's
he
Gina.
mention bringing Gina along, or was it like just something that we
Yeah.
thought about?
Yeah, he did talk about bringing Gina along because he wanted to protect her from.
Oh
the
yeah, he wanted to bring Gina. Oh no.
Reaper. Yeah. That's why we were like, oh, he cares about. Oh, that's his daughter.
That's his
Oh.
daughter. Also, that's all the evidence. Jesus Christ. Alright. Last will and testaments. Inspector's identification. I think this is. Oh! Okay.
Oh.
Okay. I suppose we should see what it looks like inside. I can't skip this text.
Oh.
The Scotland Yard insignia looks genuine to me. And the department identification number details are correct as well. There's no doubt this is Inspector Gregson's. Okay, thanks guys.
Oh, the ID for Gregson is 997, just like Gina's badge.
How do you know that?
What if I...
The
Because I
fuck?
saw it, I made a note of it when she pulled out her badge like just a
Oh.
bit ago in this scene.
Like,
was
I
like,
believe you, but
It's
like,
like 997. I wonder if that means anything.
that's some Royal Wildfire attention to detail shit. The glass over the
Hello.
face. I think we have to... Technically, the evidence is all refreshed. Maybe.
Yeah,
because
this
it's
is a
new chapter.
Mm-hmm.
A useful man to have around. Yep. There's a tiny little stub.
Now we just have to go through literally all of the evidence again.
A small part of the watch at the scene? That's interesting. But yeah, nothing else. Nothing else for this one. I'm just going in reverse chronological order. Photograph.
Hell yeah.
Still don't know why he was wearing a fucking wig, considering that his proxy was investigating the redheads, not him.
Yeah. Will you wear wigs? Then will you
Then
wear
will you wear
wigs?
wigs? Will you ever wear wigs? Classic. Damn, we gonna explode it again?
Exploded.
Like a gunshot. Hoity-toity-toy. Alright. Notice board. I'm just gonna make sure that we don't, when we check the evidence again, there aren't any, like, open, you know, cyan clickables. So he was investigating the Red-Headed League, but he wasn't, like, you know, there. Of course.
Yeah.
Nothing else, though. Nothing else. Ooh, look at the 3D-ness of the pins.
Oh my god.
Tail. Look at that.
Nice.
Nice. That's his floor plan.
Nice.
That's the autopsy. My brother Clint. The revolver Flint.
My brother.
Members of the judiciary. Serial number. There's nothing like that on this gun. It must have been issued longer ago than that. Interesting. Nothing
I
can
wasn't even paying attention.
Oh, it's just saying the same things. That there's a serial number on
Oh.
every judiciary issued gun, but there is none on here, which means it probably was before they started doing serial numbers. But that doesn't quite tell us anything new.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah.
What's happening in your head?
My theories are confirmed.
Confirmed? You found the 2%?
Well, actually, because I have two theories.
Okay.
One of them is still like at the 98% honestly, both of them are at like in the upper 90% of like, yeah, this is probably what is exactly happening, but brother.
Oh, brother.
Ah! I'm getting it now.
Okay.
I'm getting it. I felt like my other theory. I feel like it's always been like kind of playing in the back of my mind of like, what if?
Mm-hmm.
What if this is the correct thing? And it's like, this is probably the correct thing.
I don't think these will come in. I mean, it's the same death, but I'm like, I feel like we're not gonna use
Yeah.
every evidence again.
Yeah, we've already used the majority of these.
Yeah.
Drax, I'm choosing to ignore your stream message.
What is their stream message?
It's just the latest one in the
Stream chat?
like the Twitch stream chat.
Oh, the Twitch
not
stream
stream
chat.
chat in. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Not the Discord stream chat.
Okay. So, the only thing that changed in a gentleman's club called the Grouse, and we pressed everything, so it's definitely a presenting situation.
Yeah. I
Smuggled
don't
goods
know if it's
deal.
here though.
Maybe it's the passport, the thing we present to.
Let's search. All the R's are supposed to follow orders. We'll search it. Turned up a notebook that had a load of secret meetings in it. Smuggled goods gonna happen at the Grouse. Looks like it's a big job and all. Just weren't onto it yet. Matters most is the witnesses that saw the Reaper at the place too. Huh.
I am confusion.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't know if it's just because it's 12:19, but
I mean, we could
I'm
just
not making.
end it for the night. It is late, and I do be yawning.
I'm a little sleepy.
You're a little sleepy?
I
Okay,
do
how about
have
this?
physical therapy
I
at
think it'll be
10:30.
even more
God.
confusing if we start it next week. So I'm going to look at
Oh,
the guide.
100%.
I'm going to look at the guide again, find out the answer to this thing, and then we can end it for tonight.
You're.
Let me check the guide. It's okay, Eldridge. I actually have the guide. I have a guide open. Okay.
Woo!
Victims' movements. Okay. Insist upon the name of the. Actually, hold on.
We did it.
Wait a minute. Did we ever inspect this?
Oh, hello, Blackbird Line.
Oh, it looks like this is some sort of steamship ticket.
Did I say steam shit? Oh.
The SS Grouse, first class cabin 001.
Oh,
Yokohama
I was a few
God.
items away from literally examining this, and I just stopped because I was like, it's not like we're gonna
Holy
use our
shit.
old items or anything. Oh my
We now
London
need to
arrival,
investigate literally
1st of
everything.
November.
1st of November.
That's the post-boat Professor Mikatoba and Judge Jigoku came on from Japan.
I think it called at
Oh
Dunkirk
my
on north
God.
coast of France.
Oh, France. Interesting.
Oh my God.
It's been almost a year.
Oh my. Yeah.
Mine safely in my diary. I keep mine in my wallet. I meet with them all times. Oh, well, how strange. Where could it have gone?
Are you like this on purpose, Mr. Naruto?
Did I imagine it? There's a comment accompanied by a little sigh. A passage for a steamship. That's so interesting that we, like...
Well,
I thought that said bitches for a second. Does it look like it says bitches? Sincerely, bitches.
sincerely.
Professor Mikatoba has wonderful handwriting, doesn't he? This dark-suited young man is
Sincerely.
not in the least bit untrustworthy. Is it just me, or does that make me sound extremely untrustworthy?
I do wish he'd call you a nice young man.
I'm really not sure that would help.
It's a nice young man.
Okay,
Oh,
so
not here,
this...
but there.
There.
Present.
I've read about these clubs that exist here in Britain. As I understand it, they're places where well-to-do gentlemen socialize with friends and colleagues.
Don't imagine for a second that a foreign student like you would be admitted.
Seriously, is your mirror cracked or something? Do we know for
I don't
sure
look in the mirror.
that the contraband dealings were definitely happening at a club called The Grouse?
The police are currently looking for evidence, but haven't found anything definitive yet.
And I'm sorry to say that they probably won't.
What do you mean by that?
I mean that the place Inspector Gregson was secretly going to visit on 31st of October may not have been a gentleman's club at all.
You're showing a very irreverent attitude towards our country's police force there, Counsel. If it wasn't a gentleman's club, then what was it?
A steamship.
You think it's a ship?
I have the evidence to prove it coincidentally.
Let me see that. This dark-suited young man is not in the least bit untrustworthy.
The other side, my lord.
Be more specific next time.
Dude,
Don't make me
imagine
look
being the
stupid.
judge in a trial and someone presenting evidence and you read it, it's like, that nice-looking boy over there, you should trust him. And then the defense attorney looks at you with, like, pleading eyes. Please, please. That's not the case.
Ah, this would appear to be a ticket for passage upon a steamship, yes. The SS Grouse.
Rabble, rabble,
Objection.
rabble.
So there's a steamship named the Grouse that happens to share a name with the club. But I'm afraid to say, there's a flaw in your logic there.
How?
Look at the ticket. Notice the date of arrival in port? The ship arrived at the port of Dover on 1st November. Ah! The day on which the sound like a gunshot was heard on Fresno Street. In other words, on the day in question here, 31st October, when the victim was on his clandestine mission. That ship hadn't yet docked on British shores. That would certainly make an undercover investigation somewhat challenging.
The fact that the steamship hadn't yet reached Britain substantiates the defense's assertion. Assertion. What's the difference between assertion and assertion? Anyway, that the victim was investigating the SS Grouse on the day in question.
Assertion definition. Assertion, a confident and forceful statement or of fact or belief.
Uh-huh.
Assertion. No AI overview, fuck you. Assertion, the act of asserting or something that is asserted.
Oh, I see. So the assertion is
just
the
the
verbal,
tribute.
like, thing that you're arguing. The assertion is the act of verbalizing that. Interesting.
Yeah.
I learned something.
Then show your evidence for that assertion.
Very well.
Yeah, think. In that case, counsel for the defense, present your evidence to the court now. Evidence that substantiates your claim that the victim was investigating the SS Grouse on 31st of October.
I think we literally just examined something that said that, but I don't remember what it was because we literally just investigated everything again.
The victim was investigating the SS Grouse.
Um,
Maybe is it the passport?
oh,
Remember?
yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, Port of Dunkirk, yeah, it's
Take
that.
that!
It's the
Bro.
bunny, Your Honor. Look at this bunny, Your Honor.
What's this? It's a very nice bunny. What's this? A passport for travel issued to the victim.
Japanese silence.
Dated 31st October. What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that just one day before the inspector's body was discovered, there's a distinct possibility he wasn't even in the country.
Some psychic damage. Dink!
Order, order! This document is for passage to France. It does appear to have been officially authorized.
The day before the SS Grouse arrived in Dover, it docked on the northern coast of France for a night.
According to my father, who was on board at the port of Dunkirk.
Dunkirk, France. What could possibly have taken the victim there?
Japanese silence. I'm impressed, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I certainly didn't expect you to get your hands on that passport.
What? You mean you knew about this?
Japanese silence. The prosecution's strategy for this trial has been laid down by the Crown Prosecution Office. On the day before the incident, the victim was investigating contraband dealings at a London club. That's the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigations, and the line the prosecution has been asked to follow. But personally, I don't agree. I think the prosecutor's office is trying to hide something. Get the hands, Kazuo.
What?
And now that you've expertly disproven their assertion, I intend to reveal what I believe that something to be.
What are you playing at, Prosecutor Osogi?
A courtroom is a forum for the truth, my lord. Which is why it's my duty to present all the facts, without exception.
Let me guess. This was your intention from the outset, wasn't it?
You damn Skippy! The reason Inspector Gregson secretly made his way to the steamship docked in France on the day in question was to carry out a mission for the Reaper. Girl.
The Reaper? Oh, that's crazy. Just like the metal clanging of him knocking on it 3 times.
Cling, cling, cling! Order, order! What on earth are you saying, counsel?
The prosecution made an assertion in court yesterday. Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. As I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand. But in reality, the truth is the opposite of that.
What?
Inspector Gregson wasn't investigating the Reaper at all. He was, in fact, acting for the Reaper.
So, you're saying that the mission he was undertaking was...
Obviously, an assassination.
Huh.
Barrick von Steeks never carried out any of the actual killings. Whenever the Reaper's victims lost their lives, he always had a cast iron alibi. Which tells us that he must have had an accomplice.
And you claim that was Inspector Gregson?
Wait, what the hell you think you're saying, eh? My boss would never have done nothing like that.
Sorry, I'm sleepy. And yet, when you consider all the facts,
It all makes perfect sense.
No, it can't be. We also arrived at the same conclusion, didn't we? That Inspector Gregson was operating as the Reaper.
Even so, there's no way that the person giving him his orders was Lord Van Zieks. The true Reaper is somebody else. Barrack von Zieks is not the Reaper.
A predictable response from someone who's advocating for the man.
Even if I find him a little attractive, still, even if it's true that Gregson was operating as an agent of the Reaper, the suggestion that he went aboard the SS Grouse on an assassination mission doesn't follow at all.
Oh, you have some solid reason for doubting the assertion, do you, Counsel?
Absolutely, it's very simple. On the day in question, nobody was killed aboard that steamship. Professor Mikatoba and Judge Jugoku were on that very ship. If someone had been assassinated, I'm certainly would have heard about it. What's so funny?
You're right, of course. No suspicious deaths were reported on board the ship. But I think perhaps you've missed the point. That's precisely why Inspector Gregson himself lost his life.
Oh, he lost his life in an attempt to assassinate someone? Like before he could carry it out?
I guess. Gregson did board the SS Grouse that night with the intention of dispatching his mark. But his mission ended in failure.
Failure?
It seems that the defense hasn't yet grasped a very important detail here.
What are you talking about? What detail?
Inspector Gina Lestrade,
What?
the victim's notebook that you read an excerpt from earlier. That doesn't contain details of secret investigations at all. It describes 10 years of assassination plots to be carried out by the Reaper of the Bailey.
You're lying! Even if all them bludgers what got taken out had it coming, the boss want the Reaper. Poor Gina.
There's no question that Tobias Gregson was heavily involved in the Reaper's activities. You may just be an apprentice, but if you spend any time at Scotland Yard, you must have heard rumors.
I ain't heard nothing, and I don't believe a word of it.
Then testify again, as a representative of Scotland Yard. Consider it your chance to defend your boss.
I don't...
Clank, clank, clank. I concur. The witness will give a new formal testimony. Miss Lestrade, you will tell the court everything you know about Inspector Gregson's secret notebook.
He ruined my dream journal!
Mr. Electric,
Mr. Electric summoned the principal's office and have him expelled!
Yeah, this notebook does have a lot of stuff about what the Reaper got up to in this past 10 years. Names of victims, dates and places and stuff. And the last entry in there was 31st October. It said grouse for the place on that date, and the name of the mark. There was a note about him being a criminal what got away from the Reaper in court 10 years ago or something. But honest, the boss didn't do none of it. He was just investigating the Reaper, that's all.
Oh, Gina.
No. Keep personal opinion out of your testimony, witness. We require...
Oh, sorry. I
Okay,
was
fuck
scrolling.
you then. We require only established fact here.
This must be so hard for her.
You can't deny it now, surely. Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
What can't I deny?
The notebook contained the name of the final mark and the location where the assassination would take place. That's information that the victim could have only known if he was working with the Reaper.
I mean, yeah, I kind of
Buddy,
see
what
where
are
he's
you
coming
doing?
from. Or at least, he might be working with the Reaper, or he might be working to see a pattern of who the Reaper is targeting. Like, you could, like, if you know, you could argue that, you know, if you're following a serial killer, you can have maybe some idea of when they'll strike next, you know? I don't know. I mean, what Cosmo is saying makes sense, though. Ah!
So, who was to be this final mark? Go ahead, Inspector Lestrade. Read the name to the court. The name that's written alongside the entry that mentions the grouse on 31st October.
How do you read? Is it Mikatoba? I wonder. Reading's still not, because Mikatoba is someone who was involved with the trial 10 years ago. So I'm wondering. Reading still, because he's one of the people who inadvertently led to the professor being, I don't know. Reading's still not her strong suit. That ain't the problem, alright, Otto. Stop thinking so loud.
Yeah.
It's a funny name. It ain't English.
It's not English.
It's hard to read. So it's someone from overseas? Let me have a bash at it. Saishiro, is it? Yeah, Saishiro. Jigoku, maybe? Oh, I was half right. It can't be. Seishiro Jigoku? But that's Judge Jigoku!
Seishiro Jigoku. Certainly not an English name, you're right.
Eldridge putting in a smile emoji and saying Zaddy in chat. That's when we know Eldridge is here. When Judge Jigoku's name is mentioned. But that can't be right. I know Judge Jigoku, and I saw him the day before yesterday here in London. So I know for a fact the man hasn't been assassinated.
As I said, the Reaper failed.
Oh.
Wrexham missed his chance to kill his mark and return to British shores. But the Reaper wouldn't tolerate the mistake, so he killed the inspector. Personally. The Reaper, of course, being the accused, Barrick von Zeeks. It's an undeniably logical argument.
You would say that. Kazuma, you planned for the trial to go this way all along, didn't you?
Hold it!
Oh! That was a very
Barrick.
familiar hold
He's got
it.
shit to say.
Hi, sexy. Oh, and he has the wand!
Oh!
Sorry. I am issuing an apology to my roommates right now, but I did in fact squeal. But I'm sorry, I'm just... Take off your boots! I'm licking the dogs right now! I'm sorry, who said that? Who said that? Who said that? Anyway. I'm kidding. It's disgusting. I don't do that kind of stuff. But I do like a man's legs, and I was so busy focusing on the wine, I was not expecting him to do the leg thing. But
Me neither. I wasn't ready for the leg. Those boots are made for stepping.
I need his prostate destroyed right now. Anyway. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hollow chalice while I stand accused of murder. Lord Van Zeeks!
I've got shit to say. The accused has no right to speak uninvited in court. You will return to the dock.
I say nothing of whether or not I'm the Reaper. That's the task of this court to decide. But there is one thing I can say unequivocally. That girl is no detective. Eh? What? No, that's right. I ain't. I'm an inspector. Repeating rumors heard around the yard. Reading entries from a notebook of unconfirmed origin. That's not testimony. It's practically a script. No doubt the rest of this trial will go exactly as you've clearly planned. Your hatred of me is understandable. In your mind, I'm sure I am the Reaper, who sent your father to the gallows all those years ago. But you're in danger of becoming a far more sinister Reaper yourself, by attempting to have me condemned with this feeble excuse for testimony.
What did you say?
Mr. Naruhodo, this is our chance!
My lord, the defense requests the defendant be allowed to speak. He may be privy to important information relating to the testimony just given by the witness. Not him doing the judge daddy hammer smack with the hand.
Clink!
Very well. I'll make an exception and grant the request. The defendant may remain in the witness stand for the cross-examination.
The fact that he has his dead ass eyes, but he's like standing so cuntily is so funny. Then allow me to toast the court's impartiality.
Don't raise your glass in my direction, sir. Counsel for the defense, begin the cross-examination immediately.
The monotone girlies are fighting.
They are.
At once, my lord.
So about that cross-examination happening immediately, it's actually gonna happen in a week.
Yeah. So at the very least, we can look through what it says. This notebook has a lot of stuff about the Reaper, what got up to. Victims, dates and places. Last entry was 31st. It says Grouse. Name of the mark. There was a note about him being a criminal that got away from the Reaper in court 10 years ago. But honest, the boss didn't do none of it. He was just investigating the Reaper. Okay. Alright.
That's all.
Okay. Gonna save here. Going to bookmark the page of the guide I have open. And that's that. I'm glad we ended.
Quick!
I'm glad we ended it here so that we got a Sang thirsting after Barrack moment one more time.
It's very important. There
Very
needs to be
important.
one every stream.
I can't
Very
emphasize
important.
to you
Just like
how
they're-
important this man's legs are to me.
Just like how there needs to be a wildfire thirsting after Sholmes and a Drax thirsting after Judge Jigoku, there needs to be a Sang thirsting after Barrack von Zeeks. It must happen. Or
I mean,
Kazuma.
I
or
like.
both.
I feel like I just like to admire Kazuma at all times, but with Barrack, it's usually like one detail that I'm like panting like a dog. You know?
My brother in Christ, stream can't see this. I see all the times that you outline people's boobs with your
Listen,
mouse.
I have a mouse. Sometimes the mouse is privy to go wherever it needs to be without me saying
The
anything.
mouse is
The
wont
reason
to
why
go
I
where it
stroke
needs to.
lovingly with the mouse is because I am trying to not say anything, but it doesn't work when you notice it and call me out for it, Royal Wildfire.
I'm here to keep
The
you
point is
humble.
that it is me being restrained.
I'm here to keep you honest and humble.
That's true.
That's my job.
And it also is somewhat impressive that I could literally just be like along like a slight bicep of Kazuma and Roll Wildfire like, like gay dog look with the homophobic flag, and I'm like, damn it, they saw it.
It's like, I know what you are.
Mm. I'm
Listen,
a man like
all
her,
I'm saying
and I'm
is-
proud.
Yeah, I'm about to say, like, it takes one to know one. I get it.
Yeah. Also, Eldritch, what is that
understand.
fucking Germa gif you put in stream chat? That's he's busting
He's
it down
busting it
sexual
down sexual
style.
style.
That's
There he
not
goes.
really
Go, white boy,
sexual.
go.
It's mostly just knees and feet. I mean, I'm not saying Germa has
Which
no
to some
ass,
people
but it's
is
more like a
vegetable style.
it's more like a bending down tap dance than a twerk. I'm gonna be real. But like, I admire the. Oh, you put the plankton. I am small. Oh, thank you.
I did it. It's
Thank you.
important.
Let us exit to the title screen.
Next week could be the final stream. No!
Oh my god.
Don't
Let me just quickly
say
check.
that to me. It's probably not the final stream because we probably also have little extras in the other. Yeah, the escapades.
Yeah, but aren't these? Okay. Which ones is new? That's what I'm trying to say. Did we watch all of these?
Yeah, we did. I think.
Oh, the pickpocket.
Shilling
Yes, I
escapade
remember
with the
watching this
shilling
one.
escape.
The Gina the pickpocket.
Mm-hmm. But the defendant is none other than Sholmes
I think we
himself.
actually
Yeah,
watched all these.
we did that one.
Oh,
We did.
I kind of want to do the first one again once we're done, for old time's sake.
Yes. Yes.
I wish Cosmo would give me a tongue lashing. Anyway.
Good. For real.
I think... Have any of these updated to the second game? Oh. Well...
Oh, Great Ace Attorney Resolve 2 commemorative. But probably
oh,
not.
unlocked. Okay.
Unlocked upon completion.
But that's the only thing that's to be unlocked. Oh my god, baby!
I think
I
so,
forgot how
yes.
baby he was. Look at all these fucking anime protagonistes. Look at the, like, little
the Phoenix.
fluff. Also, this one just looks like Cosmo's hair. And it's very Phoenix.
Yeah.
Also, I kind of love glasses Ryunosuke, though. A part of me is like, he... Like, yeah. Spiritually, he wears glasses.
I could totally see, like, in the expression where he's like...
Actually.
like, his glasses sliding down the bridge of his nose, and
Yeah,
then, like, him
yeah.
pushing them back up.
Damn. There's still things we have not gotten. But, whatever. But yeah, I was just checking to see if there was anything in particular. And unfortunately, it looks like we've checked out most of the, extra stuff. It's just that last, artwork once we finish the second game. But yeah.
Fucked up and evil.
Fucked up and evil. But yeah, I don't know if you noticed, but today I made a conscious effort to slow down because I've noticed that I remember for the past couple of streams, I've been sort of in a rush because I was like, you know, like, time is precious, we gotta get through this game. But now that we're nearing the end, I'm like, I don't want to finish this game. So I'm like kind of chilling out on it a bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it might be
We're
the final
vibing.
stream for this game next week. It might not. Who knows? But I miss my lawyers. There's some things
Now
like
we
it's
just
not
have to
even
go
just
through
about like
the
the Ace
entire
Attorney games.
rest of the Ace Attorney games.
It's like specifically Ryunosuke, Kazuma, Susato, Sholmes. It's like it's the
Yeah.
guys.
I like them. They're
Yeah.
a little guys.
But honestly, you can play Phoenix Wright versus Professor Layton. I mean, we could, but importantly, Royal Wildfire. In the future, if I were to play Ace Attorney games, that other than this, would you like to join me?
Sure.
Because
I'm
there
up
are
for
many a voice to be done.
co-hosting. Yee. I'm up for co-hosting with literally any game that you want to play.
Hell
that
yeah.
Makes sense to have another person there.
Yeah, anything that's very visual novel-y or like mystery, that it would make sense for it to be like me literally playing it, but still be collaborative in a way.
Yeah.
But yeah. Goodbye, Twitch. Thank you for coming. I'm tired.
Bye.
Bye.
Good morning.